people work in sundown towns. Like, this is new information. America's been fascist from the get-go. We've always been fascist. We've always been sexist. They've always been racist. They've always been all of these things. And they've always put us under the boot of fascism. And people have said in this particular instance that, like, certain things, liberalism in particular, liberalism just ain't gonna fucking cut it. And they said it so many times, and so many people tried to convince them otherwise, to allow for liberalism to cut it just this one last time. And people told them, no, you said that last time. You said that in 2016, it would be this one last time. And then in 2020, it'll just be this one last time. And this time, like, people didn't show up to the polls. The numbers don't fucking lie. Like, you didn't, like, looking around at each other, like, she got what, 14 million less votes. Like, Joe Biden lost what, 2 million votes? She lost 14 million votes. Like, and people told you that and people who don't make up 14 million within the population told you that they weren't going to vote for her. So it's obviously something else. There is obviously like someone or some people who are abstaining, who are on your side, just not turning up to vote. You're not getting people excited to vote. Liberalism isn't working. It's been failing forever. There is no way out of fascism through electoralism, one. And two, like, everybody's not going to keep buying this liberalism. Like, the way that, like, things happen within national elections and people get discouraged or whatever, that's perfectly fine. You can be discouraged or whatever, but lick your wounds, get back up. We got work in the morning. Like, I don't know what else to tell y'all.
All right. Thanks, sis. Appreciate that. Let's go to Jamal, brother. I'm definitely want to hear your thoughts. And then I know we got quite a few folks in the request, so I'm going to try to do some cycling here in a second. But brother Jamal, your thoughts.
Well, thank you for having me as usual, Smitty. It's always a pleasure to be here. I appreciate Sean's commentary in that I think people are tired, right? Like, to the extent that that is a fact, I think it is. I was on a live earlier, and the argument was made that Kamala had to earn people's votes. And I think that that is a fair conclusion to draw, right? Like, you would agree with that, right? It's meaning, like, she had to earn people's votes.
Yep.
And I think the anger that I heard from people in one of the lives was around this idea of not Palestinian people that are losing their life in Gaza, right, to a genocide, but rather people doing things that are anti-Black, that are not Palestinian, and they're not being interference run to the extent that it addressed the concerns that were going on from people. Here's the other thing. I want to just pivot back to this idea that Kamala had to earn people's votes. And this is going to be a hard pill to swallow, but I'm going to say it. And you're going to have to, the panel and everybody else in the chat is going to have to take it as it comes. In the same way that Kamala had to earn your vote, you have to earn people's right to be in solidarity with them. And that might feel uncomfortable. That might feel transactional. It might feel like somebody left you behind. But to the extent that it matters, Smitty, people must recognize, particularly when it comes to Black women in our community, that they don't owe anybody anything. Black women do not owe anybody anything. And so I have tried my best to parse apart, like, there are people in Palestine that are suffering. And then there are people in America that, no offense, that are petulant temper tantrum throwers that are not Palestinian Americans, but have used the Palestinian cause to do things that are harmful and then hide behind that cause to escape accountability. And so I find it kind of intellectually dishonest to believe that you have the right to demand solidarity from people. I certainly think it's the nice thing to do. I certainly think it's the appropriate thing to do. I think if I'm thinking logical, that it would be logical to do. But once again, people have a right to make their own decisions. And I think I think people have shown up, particularly as I have seen comments directed at Black women particularly, demanding, expecting their labor, their voice, and their support. Here's the thing about revolution. You just gonna be by yourself doing it. And I think that we have seen a disproportionate amount of Black women say, I asked you to show up. Black women that have held the hope and horror of this country for hundreds of years said, I need you to show up for me. And folks didn't. And now I see a set of people screaming and attempting to emotionally extort folks to support them. At the end of the day, you can't force that out of somebody. Solidarity is not born of emotional extortion. It is born of collective interest. And so, and I'm going to land my plane here in a little bit, Smitty. I think
Oh, you good, Pat?
I think one of the things that people need to recognize is I don't give a shit how much you're screaming at me. This election is over. Donald Trump is the president. And on January 20th, he will be sworn in. And we will see borne out, as my grandmother used to say, some people need to touch the pot to know that it is hot. They need to touch it. And so they will touch the pot on January 20th, and we will see where the chips land. And I think where Black women and Black people say, you need to give us space, it isn't a question. It isn't a request. It is a boundary. And it might feel uncomfortable. You might run around calling people bad people and doing all the things that I have seen done over the course of the last couple of days. It will not change that you cannot demand solidarity. And so I find myself struggling. Can my heart still support people that are in Palestine? Absolutely. I think that is who we are as a people, as Black folk. To the extent that I'm going to tolerate or give way onto the sidewalk to white leftists parading around under a flag to engage in what I believe to be anti-Black and harmful behavior, I will not. They don't get a free pass from me, and they damn sure don't get to tell me about oppression or solidarity. So that's my soliloquy for today. And for the folks in the chat that don't like it, oh well.
All right. Thank you, fam. And that's kind of where I want to go to real quick.
I'm just going to do a quick mod announcement.
Yeah, real quick. Let me just say this. And then I'll go down in the shelf for the mod announcement. Then we'll go up. And then I see we got a ton of people in the request. Stay with me. I'm going to try this. We're going to cycle as soon as Nichelle makes the mod announcement. I'm not going to lie. I feel like white people are getting off real easy in this conversation. Real easy. Especially white, right? Especially white Christian nationalists. They're getting off real easy. If we want to really look at who was the one, especially in these rural communities, 85% Trump. Hell, you could probably put all the rural white folks in one state. That would be more than the entire Muslim population in America. Why don't we ever talk about them? Why is it that they're able to just be the worst to everybody? Hell, listen, Muslim, Jewish, Black, shit, everybody. But man, we never seem to talk about them. They always seem to just be always on the sideline. I don't know, man. I would love somebody to answer that question.
I'm going to make my mod announcement really quick, but if I could dap you right now, I would. I have literally been screaming that from the top of my lungs. When we finished our joint election day live, and I went live, and I was on till 3 a.m. in the morning. And someone had just innocently made a comment about third party. And I said, oh, hold on a second. It's important that we go on facts. Hey, and I hovered over each state. There are people in this chat that were on that live that night. And we were like, oh, look at the numbers. Oh, look at the numbers. They didn't even make 1%. You're absolutely right. I said from day one, I do not understand. And see, this is the type of stuff that angers me and pulls me out of my peace. Right, is that you have an entire population of people that are probably watching from the outside, like giggling right now.
Laughing.
Like they drop the damn bomb, and then they've made posts. What it wasn't me. I didn't tell anybody to stay home. I know I've got like 15 million followers, but I didn't say that. Not me. Well, we've just got to agree to disagree. That's what I've seen. Well, I guess it's okay. No, sis. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. I'm not looking at the Palestinian. I'm sorry. I'm just keeping it a buck. I'm looking at you. And
But
that
that's
stuff
part of the
irritates the mess out of me. Hold on real quick. And let me make my mind announcement. Okay, listen. There are 827 people in here. We appreciate y'all keeping it respectful in the chat. I am keeping up with the comments. However, I'm concerned that there's only 290. There you go. You already know what I'm about to ask you to do. There's 293 shares. Even if you shared it with one person, we should easily be at over 1,000 shares. So that helps Smitty, who is our host, and we need to continue to support people who allow us to have these conversations in a safe space. So if you all could please help him meet his live goals, do all the things, but I need you all to long hold on his face or on the host box, and your friend list will come up and just hit send all the way down. That would be greatly appreciated. Also, click on the orange heart by his name and join his team and subscribe. I appreciate y'all. But yes, Smitty, I hope we can talk more about that and put some of the focus on that because, again, the data doesn't lie. Just saying.
No, for real.
That's part of the problem. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sneak.
Well, go ahead, Callie, and then I am going to need two people to drop. I don't know who to pick out of y'all. I'm gonna let y'all pick.
I'll drop after this.
Okay,
but that's part of the problem, Nichelle, is that, and I think part of the frustration with a lot of, the especially Black women, is that it feels like, are y'all like from the Palestinian perspective? Gosh, I can't get my words out. Like, are y'all not noticing that these white people like also bamboozled y'all in a way because they were telling you that they're going to vote third party, and really they're leveraging this issue. Their heart is not really in it because most of them have stopped completely talking about it. But then they took their ass to the polls based on the data, and they voted for Donald Trump. Because otherwise, Jill Stein's numbers would have looked very, very different if all these people were actually came out and voted third party, as they said, because they were saying, "Oh, we're trying to get her to 5%. We're trying to, make this a viable third party option," and all that. No, what did they do? They did what they have historically done, right? And white men came out in droves. Those numbers shot through the roof. First time voters. So that was also a factor, but we can lean into the Wahite women to over 50%. So meanwhile, they run out here trying to buy blue bracelets, talking about they safe and stuff. You don't get to declare yourself safe. That's weird. And you're more worried about declaring yourself safe publicly and a visual than you were about following through on what you said you were going to do, or preserving the rights and lives of marginalized people that you claim that you care about. So anyway, I'm done with it. It's a hot ass mess. Thank you so much, Smitty.
Oh, I got you, fam.
Smitty,
Thank you for coming up.
Do you want me to give my closing remarks? I can jump off.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, fam.
Yeah. So here's where I'm at. One, I'm tired, right? Like I find myself exhausted these last couple of days with the conversations that we've been having. And quite frankly, in some instances, not in good faith. Like the conversations are not in good faith. I think people are talking past one another when it comes to what people are actually saying. And unfortunately, some of the standard bearers that are not part of the Palestinian community, but feel obligated to speak on their behalf, have caused harm. And that's what I hear when I'm talking to Black women. I mean, I have had, Nichelle was on the panel a couple of nights ago. I have had two panels with, am I wrong, Nichelle? Two panels full of Black women.
Yep, two. Mm-hmm.
And I have heard from Black women in that session. I have heard from Black women in the chat. And I'm not going to set aside their emotions, their feelings, or their right to navigate the world in the way that they see fit. I think that is super important. To the extent, yes, I will do that live again. Actually, all of the ladies are returning. I just can't do it today. I'm tired. All of the ladies, I saw a question in the chat. Sorry, I got distracted. Y'all know I'm a little ADHD. Thank you, Smatty. I really appreciate it.
You know what?
There's a whole bunch of new people here. Don't do that.
I'm blocking you, fam.
Listen here, Peacoat.
Coming for me too. Oh yeah, we gonna have to have some words.
Yo, there it is. You just circulated the nickname in front of 1,000 people. Go
That's
ahead.
how I
Go
met.
ahead.
That's how I met Michelle. So I just, I want to say this. I think that there is a way to talk without talking past one another. I really do, and I think that we have had some very reasonable conversations on some of the panels I've been on. On others, it has been extremely difficult. And here's where I would say to everybody, advice that you can take or not. Love doesn't cost anything. It's free. The act of love, the act of humbling yourself enough to hear another person without the need to respond, and the converse through both parties to come to resolution. I can hear the pain in the voices of Black women, much like I can hear the pain in the voices of Palestinian people when they talk, right? That does not elude me. I think where we have a responsibility, though, is.
No, we
And
lost.
sorry, yeah,
Okay.
sorry, somebody called me. And so conversations, without the need to feel like we need to twist people's arms or call them out of their names. I have seen a whole bunch of that directed at Black women that I really don't appreciate. And again, I will say I have not seen it from Palestinian creators. I have seen it from Palestinian adjacent supporters, and I think it portends to impact the movement for Palestinian liberation. Like it or not, people have emotions, are going to react very differently. So I'll set that aside, and just the other piece of what you're talking about, and then I'm going to hop down. There is some conversation that needs to be had about both the Latino vote and the votes of white women in this past election and how they showed up. I think that conversation has been unable to happen because people are so fundamentally committed to being at each other's throats. Just at each other's throats in a way that I think is not helpful or useful. But it's not going to be helpful or useful to think that you can arm twist solidarity out of people either. And so we have some responsibility to talk. I hope these conversations continue, because post January 20th, we're going to have a time on our hands. And I think that's the thing that people are not grappling with yet, that has not set in yet, that post January 20th, they're already talking about the things that they are going to do to Latino people and mass deportation. Today, Donald Trump said there's no price tag too big to deport people. So there are some very, very serious implications that are coming up. I will leave with this. People might not agree with me or like all the things I have to say, but every time I show up in a space, I'm going to show up with the spirit of love. And so I will leave with saying I love you to every single person that can hear my voice. Not because I have this weird infatuation with loving strangers, but because I'm called to do that. And I hope that we all can love each other enough to stop talking past each other and to actually hear the hurt that people feel in this moment, given what is coming January 20th. So love y'all a huge amount, except for you, Smatty. I'm just kidding. And so thank you.
Thank you, fam. Thank you for coming up. Real quick, I want to make a quick announcement because I see, and I don't know if you're still here. Actually, it makes me so. Let me say a couple quick announcements. One is I'm prioritizing Black voices, Black content creators today. However, I'm thinking about changing that for a couple of reasons. One, I see a couple of people that have come in and say, "Hey, how is this question acceptable? How is this question even a thought?" Let me say this, a couple of things on that. One, it's not a question for me, but it is a question that a lot of people are asking, right? And it does not make any sense to not have the conversation when, let me tell you, the entire app are talking about this and questioning what they should do. And in my opinion, right, I think this is a conversation that needs to be had, that needs to be discussed. To ignore it and to pretend like people aren't talking about it, I actually think is more damaging than to just have the conversation, try to see where we all land on it, right? And educate each other as to how we're feeling. Part of the reason we're in this situation, and I don't blame Pro-Palestine at all for this, but part of the reason why we're in this situation overall in America is we have not listened to Black women enough for hundreds of years. We have not heeded Black women's advice. And so we have to also talk about this because we continue to make that mistake. So let's listen to everybody, give everybody an opportunity to say how they feel, and then we can move on from there. So let me
See, I don't have
go
that much
ahead,
time.
Casey.
Yeah, I just want to. This is to my brothers and sisters and my brothers and sisters only, right? For those that are like angry, of course, I'm pissed off too for my own reasons because I freaking hate Trump. Yeah, you guys don't know how much I hate Trump, but I always say if Trump ain't had no haters, then I died. So this is my thing, right? And I'm coming up here to be a conspiracy theorist, right? Why the hell did the Democrats send the 6 days prior to the election Bill Clinton to make a nasty ass speech to the Arab community over there? It's a Muslim and Arab community over there, basically telling them how they're all wrong and all this other stuff, representing her, and then sent Richie Torres. Richie Torres is an extreme Islamical pro-Israeli propagandist that they're trying to build up to be the next Obama. He's a dark brown Puerto Rican, right? And they're building him up. And if you go to his Twitter page, Richie Torres, right? This guy's an Islamophobe and again a pro-Israeli propagandist. Why would they send those two 6 days to the election to Michigan? Does that make any sense to anyone? Think about it real quick. Does that make any sense whatsoever? If you're trying to get votes, right? Why are you going to send two of the most vile people to speak to them, to basically shit on them? It did not make sense. And I've been thinking about that all day over and over in my head. And please go look up that Bill Clinton speech that he did over there. And look up who Richie Torres is on Twitter. Smitty, did you know this?
Yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, was this like a plot? Like, and then this, like, I get the frustrations and everything, but I want people to also like think outside the box. Like, this is really confusing to me. So I just I'm doing a quick drive-by.
Okay.
And again, to make sure, I just want people to look into that because it's been really it's been baffling to me all day.
Got you, fam. All right. Hey, thank you for coming up. I know you just wanted to say that one thing.
Hey, real quick, Smitty. Can I
Yeah,
say
go ahead.
So I think what's something that's like really important. I wanted to say this when Bibliophile was up here, and hopefully I'll run into him again. But the whole thing about solidarity needing to be earned is crazy. Like, that's a crazy thing to say, especially when you're talking about being in a movement. Like, the whole thing here is that, like Kwame Ture had this saying where he said, you don't judge a movement by its people, you judge it by its principles. And if you are fighting for human rights and you are fighting for the liberation of people and you are supposed to be principled within that movement, regardless of like some of the people in that movement or whatever, if they are being oppressed for no reason other than the color of their skin, or like I say color of their skin, but I mean phenotypical presentation, or they're just being discriminated against because of colonial fascism or something that like especially Black people have been through or whatever else, like, and you go away from those principles because of something that happened or because you don't like a couple of people in that movement, that is unprincipled. That is extremely unprincipled. That is counter-revolutionary. And that in itself will fall back onto Black people, because the hatred that you allow for other demographics of people comes to Black people tenfold. The reason as to why we can feel what the Palestinian people are going through in Palestine especially is because we went through it too. And the things that they say and do to Palestinian people are things they say and do to us here. Like, that is just something that we've been able to actually connect on. Like, we understand, like, my grandmother told me what it was like to live through Jim Crow. And I had a Palestinian woman tell me what it was like to live through Jim Crow. Felt like I was talking to my grandmother. Like, like the principles of the movement itself. Like being angry, sure, you can absolutely be angry, you can absolutely be mad. Like I said before, like Kobe said when Kobe was up here, the anger is justified. Absolutely. We're pointing at the wrong people. Just like you said, we're allowing for white people to just like skate by this. And it's like the white people as well. Like if we look at these studies, white women came out for Trump all 3 years, the same amount. And there have been studies showing that most white women who voted for Trump, I think it was something above 65% of white women who, 65% of white women who are registered to vote who voted for Trump voted that way because their husbands voted that way and they were too afraid to defy what their husbands were saying. And they were still, and this time they came out and were still too afraid to defy what their husbands were saying. And we're not talking about sexism in the United States. We're not talking about racism within the United States. We're pointing the finger at another marginalized group and saying, we're going to allow for you to be marginalized because I'm upset right now. That's crazy. That's unprincipled. Like that is not a part of a revolutionary action. That is not anything within any like Black liberation theory.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Can I add something really quick? I put this in the chat a little while ago. We need to kind of redefine. I think that's literally been lost in this, what the pro-Pally movement was. And the same thing that happened, again, with the anti-Black movement that bubbled up earlier this year. The pro-Pally movement is comprised of all kinds of people, right? It's yes, it's Palestinians, in the diaspora, but largely when we would go to marches and stuff, it's the same thing with BLM. Does anybody remember what happened with BLM? How we had some well-meaning white folk trying to take over and infiltrate and kind of do some things? It's the same thing. So I get frustrated when people are saying, because I don't feel like, I know a lot of it has, you're absolutely right, Sean, it's been misdirected. I have said that from day one, and I will maintain that and stand on that. But like Smitty was saying, there were people that joined this movement that showed empathy, that were not part of a marginalized group, but acted like they were empathetic and then flipped. I literally have DMs from people who were saying, oh my gosh, I didn't realize what I'd done. So it's a combination of two things. It's a combination of people who flipped at the polls. I literally saw someone who purposely said, I'm a registered Democrat. I've been Democrat my entire life, but I flipped my vote to Trump to punish the Democrat Party. So you've got that subsection. You've got people who chose to stay home. There is no quantifiable exit poll to show why people stayed home. So I agree with what everyone is saying. Number one, there is real anger there. Number two, it's misplaced. And like Smitty said, number three, there's an entire subset of the electorate that is not catching their strays and their licks right now. And they're probably looking at this going, oh goodness, what have I done? Let me stay out of that, right? So I think there's nuance to this conversation. And I'm just hoping and praying that we can continue to have that nuanced conversation and stop, like you said, redirecting it back to a population that just could not have possibly done it. So when we talk about the movement, keep in mind, as we all know, as we've sat on panels, it comprises a whole lot of different people and people who weren't really locked in, I've noticed, just kind of assumed when we say pro-Palestine, you just mean Palestinians, and that's simply not the case.
Let me jump in real quick, y'all. I see. Yeah, give me
30
a
seconds.
second. Yeah, I'll come back to you. Just give me a second, because I'm seeing a couple of people that are upset with the title of the live. Okay, I think you guys have known me at least over a year, if not longer. For those who were with me even before I started focusing on this topic, that I ask questions doesn't mean I agree with the question. Some people agree with the question. Some people feel that the question should be asked. Some people don't. Right. But it is a question that a whole lot of people are asking. We cannot avoid difficult conversations. We can't say, hey, you know what? I don't like the question, so I'm gonna not talk about it. People are asking the question, right? And so it's better that we talk about it is and get it out, speak about it and get education going than me saying, you know what? Okay, people don't like it. I'm just gonna turn off the live. Right? Like I see people questioning the African American Black people that have been the greatest content creators on here, working with the Palestinian movement. That's crazy. Over one live? Over one question? Man, wow.
Easy it is for them to throw us away though, Smitty. And that's my whole thing with
That's rough, man.
with it is because it is so easy for them to just throw us under the bus on the back burner. They do it every single time, and then they wonder why we have a problem, because at the moment in which that anti-blackness comes out, because it's coming out every single time, even the ones that somehow can contain their anti-blackness and keep it hidden, eventually it's going to come out.
Let me say this. Let me say this, family. And I hear what you're saying. At the same time, the people, even some of the people that are questioning the topic for tonight, have been the most incredible to me over these past 13 months. I can't even tell you how incredible, right? And so I don't want to swing too far one way or the other on it, okay? Because they have been very incredible. I'm venting some anger just acutely on what I've seen in the last 5 minutes. I'm not going to say, right, that
everybody. I'm not saying it for everybody. I'm just saying what you see is what you see, because it's very easy for those people to flip because they never were fully in it. That's all I'm saying.
Can I ask a question really quick in the chat? Real quick, because I'm watching the comments. So you're saying, I'm seeing the comment, same as Smitty, okay? And I just have a question. Has anybody seen any of this on your timeline in the last 2 days? Can y'all put a 1 in the chat if you have, a 2 if you have not seen anything related to any of this? I'm just curious, because I'm kind of concerned here, and I don't mind doing a reset. Okay, I just put a 1 in the chat if you've seen anything related to African Americans having a statement or anything like that. Okay, so a lot of 1s, some 2s. Okay, so if you all, the people who've actually seen these comments, okay, a lot of 2s. Okay, so maybe we should explain, Smitty, like what has actually happened, what's transpired, because a lot of people's FYPs are not the same, and there are almost 800 people in here.
Maybe some have not seen it at all until they got to the slide. That's a good point. So
Yeah, maybe they haven't seen it.
hold on, we got a little echo. Thank you, fam. And then I do want to get Netta and Petra. And again, I was only going to bring up Black voices today, but since the conversation is turning a little bit, I think it would be good to add some non-Black voices to this conversation. Even though I do think Black folks need to be centered to a certain degree on this. Okay, what's going on, Ghost? What's been happening? Oh, let me just add the context, and I'm gonna go to Sister. Give me a second, and then we'll go to Netta and Petra. What's been happening is after the election, there are a lot of Black people, a lot of Black people that are incredibly sad to the results. And what some Black people have seen are non-Black people that are celebrating the results, and non-Black people saying, for instance, I don't care if you're pro-Pally, if you voted for Kamala, you're not welcome in my neighborhood, you're not welcome in where I live or in my community or whatever it may be. And so Black people are saying, okay, wow, if I'm not welcome because I voted for Kamala Harris, then how can I support a movement that doesn't welcome me for me trying to vote for somebody that I feel is best to stop my oppression, right? And so that is and Black people are openly. I mean, you think this statement is controversial? This is light compared to what I've seen on my FYP. So. That is the reason for the discussion. So let me go to Sister Sean. Go ahead, and then we'll go to Netta and Petra.
Smitty, can I go after Sean? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Fed. Yeah, I didn't even see that. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was trying to say this before we got too far because I wanted to piggyback off what Nichelle was saying about the because we were talking about the misdirection and who is being blamed versus who should be blamed. And I know that there is an issue with people not holding the DNC as accountable as they should in any way, shape, form, or fashion. There is just no other way around it. Democrats don't give a fuck about us. Democrats have never given a fuck about us. That's why they run on the platforms of who else are you going to vote for? Fuck what it is that you have to say. Fuck the movements that you're behind. Because when we talk about
Language, sis. I don't want to get the live ban. Sorry.
Right, you're right. My bad. I'm sorry, Smitty. I apologize. But that's how they feel. They say this. They do these things because they go, oh, these movements, whatever movements they may be, these movements are predominantly backed by black people. We don't care. Who else are black people going to vote for? You're going to vote for us anyway because there's no one else because you're too afraid of the other person. And they don't run on any of the things that we hold to our principles, and they essentially divide us. I hate to sound like that because when people say that, I hate that because like people have never really been united, especially in the United States, but they divide our movements when they say these things because they just don't care about our movements. And so when some people do certain things or do other things, like if some people vote on Kamala because they believe that Kamala is going to be the best candidate and maybe they're just holding their nose and they don't really like her, but they think she's going to be way better than Trump. Other people are voting for third party because they're like, I can't support either one of those two things. Both of those people have done an analysis and both of those people want the same thing, but you're not pointing the finger at the establishment that has said, hey, screw both of y'all. We're not going to do that. We're going to do whatever it is that we want to do. And we're going to ignore your voice because like, let's not pretend that the DNC has like amplified the voices of black women in their like race to get the president elected.
All right. Thank you for that. Let me go to go ahead, Fed. We go Fed, Netta, and Petra.
No, I was echoing everything Sean just said. It's so true. All of the conversations I've been hearing have been pointing the finger at the electorate instead of the people who were running for office to begin with. I don't understand how liberals, one, where was the pushback when there was no primary and they put up a candidate and gave nobody a choice? Where was the pushback when that said candidate then started moving further and further to the right to try to get voters who don't exist? Like conservatives and neocons already had somebody to vote for. His name is Donald Trump. You alienated the progressive and the young part of your base and the small movements that add up to a good portion of the electorate. And 15 million people sat at home, and we're over here pointing the finger at Palestinian people who've watched their entire bloodlines get wiped off the face of the earth for the past year. Like, I genuinely don't understand what we're talking about. You're talking about a woman who literally campaigned with Liz Cheney, whose father was responsible for the deaths of millions of people in the same Middle East that is now seeing the genocide of millions. Like, I don't understand. Sean hit it perfectly. This is not about who voted for who. This is about the choices that the people who voted had. And everybody made the choice for their conscience. And at the end of the day, Kamala was an awful candidate who ran an awful campaign with an awful platform and alienated the people who would have voted for. How do you lose college towns, young people? She got fewer young people than Joe Biden, who's half near to the grave. Like, this is not about Palestinian people. This isn't about Green Party people. Honestly, it's not even about the 15 million people who sat at home. This is about liberals and the Democratic Party deciding that being the party for the donor class and being fascist adjacent is going to get them Trump votes when it lost them everything. And yet we're sitting here figuring out who in the electorate to blame, and as if any of us could have stopped what was going to happen. No one was pressuring her to move her policies more to the left to bring in progressives. No one was pushing her when she was bringing out the celebrity freaking platter of people and endorsements, which isn't moving people. It really strikes me as odd because, again, Palestinians and everyone, again, Kamala also wasn't talking about what was happening in Congo. She wasn't talking about what was happening in Haiti. She wasn't talking about what was happening in Sudan. We're talking about fascist light and fascism. Like this, it wasn't a choice.
What's your race, might I ask?
I'm a black woman, and I voted green.
Listen.
Go ahead, Netta.
Hey, Smitty.
Hey, fam.
Hey, fam. I know that you're wanting to platform Black women voices and Black men's voices, and I fully understand. I have been away from TikTok for a while. You already know why. Mm-hmm. And I've just been kind of, listening to all the videos of prior to the election and then after the election. First of all, I would never dare to presume to answer the question that's on in the prompt, because I'm not a Black woman, and it's up to Black Americans to decide whether they want to continue to support the Palestinian movement. I obviously would never go down the path and say, hey, you have to support me because of this. I would never do that. I think that I understand why people are angry, and I understand why Black women feel like they were attacked, because you've hosted many lives where, Palestinians were saying, don't vote for Kamala, blah, 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 blah. And I think that's wrong. I do want to preface this by saying that collective punishment is not okay when Zionists do it. Collective punishment when Palestinians are angry at the Black community for voting for Kamala is not okay, because that's like totally Zionist behavior. And then I'm going to say the exact same thing. Collective punishment of the Palestinians by some of the Black community that I've seen, the videos that I've seen, I've saved over 30 videos, Smitty, right? Because they saw that one Palestinian lady that said, or that Arab lady that said, oh, if you voted for Kamala, you're not welcome in my community. First of all, fuck her. Second of all, the collective punishment of Palestinians is not okay. But I understand people are angry and emotions are really high, but wishing death on Palestinians and leveling of Gaza and then saying, oh, if it's a resort, I'm going to buy, share or whatever. Like, that is probably the most vile thing I've heard. I don't care how angry you are with a group of people or at one person, wishing a genocide on them makes people no different than a Zionist. Like, that's how I see it. If my people are collectively punishing a group of people because of one person, then they can fucking kick rocks with flip-flops, like straight up. I am completely disowning these people. I think we have to hold our people accountable when they make mistakes. And I full-heartedly believe that. And trust me, I am terrified of a Trump presidency. My niece lives with me, for the people that don't know. And she's 22 years old. And yesterday we were literally talking through a plan as to when Trump goes into office. Like, okay, we live in Texas. Okay, I live in a predominantly white neighborhood. Half of my neighborhood has Trump signs. And we are fucking terrified. We're like, okay, we're two women, clearly Arab. We definitely don't look white. What are they gonna do? Like, this guy down the street has like 10 pictures of Trump and Ted Cruz on his lawn. And I'm like, and I have a Palestinian flag outside, is he going to decide to come in and shoot me and, God forbid, rape us? Like, that's what I'm thinking, because I know that MAGA world, they're going to feel like they have carte blanche to do that. And I am terrified. And anyone who voted for Trump, you're an asshole. And I hope you get what you deserve, because this is exactly what's going to happen. It's just, they're so emboldened by Trump that they would really, I know that they're going to do whatever they want to do because they know that they're going to get pardoned or they're not going to get prosecuted for it. But going back to the earlier topic, and I don't want to just kind of take over the live, okay? That's not okay. I, as a Palestinian woman, I would never presume to tell anyone how to live their life or who to vote for or who to, advocate for. I think we need to give each other space. That way, whenever we do come back together, which I think we will, I believe it wholeheartedly that we will, that we are doing it with our best self and not holding anything on each other, right? Because that's so toxic, and we need to win together. And I do want to say this, Nichelle, every single time, I remember whenever we would have someone from Gaza on the live, you're crying with us. Okay. Same thing with Southern Fried Cali. And you too, Smitty, like, I mean, you and I have had some really heart to heart conversations, and it's just, I know the support, and I check on my sisters all the time, and I text them. And if they don't text me back, I'm okay with that. People are dealing. And Jamal was on your panel earlier, and I also messaged him. He was defending me in one of the comments on his videos, saying, we're not going to talk to Palestinian women like this. I know that the support is there. And I would never dare to say, oh, the Black community don't support us, because that's a lie. I think people are angry and upset. And I think the people that are fake and the quid pro quo activists will just die, not literally die, but they'll like go away. And the people that are true to each other will stay together. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, fam, for that. Appreciate it.
Kick me off your panel, Smitty. Let someone else up.
Okay. Thank you, fam. All right, let's go to Petra. Petra, I know you want to come up, and I want to get you up your thoughts.
Hi. First and foremost, hey, Smitty.
Hey,
You've always been an ally. I know you're going to get hate regardless of what you say, right? I'm just going to let you know, as me, Petra, a Palestinian, I will never not see you as an ally. Same goes to Michelle. Same goes to Sean. I've seen what you guys have done. I don't think because 1 or 2 or 100 or 5,000 people are upset and, do horrible videos, I personally I'm not going to come and say, no, I'm not like that. I know who true allies are. And anyone who makes a video saying, I'm going to buy a house in Gaza once it's, full of rubble, they were never an ally. They were transactional, and that's fine. Cool. I do have a few things to say. It won't take too long, but it just points, and I did write them down. So one, I need everyone, right? And this is specifically to Palestinians. I need everyone to understand that, one, we can't tell other people how they should react or act when they are upset, right? That's one. Two, we can't tell Black people, go blame the Trump people. Well, they already knew that Trump supporters are crazy and they're going to vote for Trump. They already knew. You're always going to go and, argue or debate these things with the people who are with you, not the ones who you already know are against you. Same when it comes to like Palestinians. When we have a Palestinian up or, a pro-Palestinian and they're saying stupid shit, Palestinians will clock that Palestinian or pro-Palestinian before they clock the Zionists, because we already know the enemy is the enemy. So I want people to understand that. It's not hate towards Palestinians. It's not any of that. It's, hey, I thought we were together. What happened? And I understand that and I see that. Two, I think here's the thing, right? I've heard, and this has happened before this stuff came up, but I want people to understand, when people try to remove the Palestinians in diaspora from the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, it doesn't help us at all. We're also refugees. We also want to go back to our land. Just because we're in diaspora doesn't mean that we are lesser than any Palestinian inside of Palestine. That's a Zionist talking point that we've heard each other for a year and some change. We've heard them, hey, you were never there, how would you know? So I urge anyone who wants to speak about Palestine or Palestinians to keep that in mind, please. Also, another thing is, when we talk about the pro-Palestinian movement, I want people, and this is for everyone, not just allied, it's for everyone. When we say the pro-Palestinian movement, well, guess what, right? The white allies, they're going to go to bed. They're going to wake up. They're fine. Their family is fine. All of our other allies that people are upset about, they have nothing to do with it. When we talk about the pro-Palestinian movement, the only people who are affected within that movement are the Palestinians. The white people are, they're fine. They're always going to be fine. But it is a bit harmful when we say the pro-Palestinian movement and say, well, it's not just Palestinians. Yeah, I mean, of course it's not, but it's like me saying, the Black Lives Matter, but they're not only Black people there. Yeah, but the Black people are the only ones affected inside of that movement. And if a white person comes up and says something very anti-Semitic, they're not going to come out and say, that white person said it. They're going to say the pro-Palestinian said it. So it is very in that sense. I just wanted people to understand. Harris and Trump. Palestinians voting Democratic ever since Biden was running against Trump. So it wasn't because, well, Harris is there, so now we're like, no, it had nothing to do with who Harris is. It had nothing to do with, her color or her anything. We want the Democrats, because this is how we've always voted. We want them to actually speak up for us as a people and not, for their gains. And so even prior to Harris running, we said we're not voting Democrat until they changed their mind. Of course, we weren't going to go F with Trump and say, hey, can you please ask for an arms embargo? We knew he wasn't going to do that. We already know that Trump was an a-hole. So why even bother? We protested, Palestinians and pro-Palestinians protested the RNC the same way we protested the DNC. People were still holding out hope and, begging Harris, hey, can we speak about Palestine? Hey, this. Unfortunately, Harris, and this is what a lot of Democrats do, not just Harris. We saw it during Biden. We saw it during Hillary Clinton in 2016. In their minds, it's the Democrats are always going to vote Democrats because of the lesser of two evil. Let me go speak to the conservatives for a bit and see if I can steal some of the votes. Unfortunately, what Harris failed to do is realize that during the 4 years that Biden was in office, the people who vote Democrats lost as a whole. Instead of her saying, hey, let me go back and talk to these Democrats and make sure that they are actually going to vote for me instead of just thinking that they're going to vote for me, she said, they're going to vote for me regardless. They don't want Trump. Let me go talk to the Trump supporters and try to pull them my way. It wasn't a good way to run the campaign. I will give it to her. She did it in 3 months. Kudos to her, but it wasn't a good way to end it. If she had just let a Palestinian speak at the DNC, and again, it's not her, it's the DNC as a whole. If she had let a Palestinian speak at the DNC, then we probably wouldn't be here and Palestinians would have probably voted. Another point is Arabs as a whole make 1% of America. So if every single Arab voted for Harris, she probably still wouldn't have won. I do condemn anyone who voted for Trump because, he's not helpful for any of us. Like, he's a lost cause at this place. Now, Jill Stein. I personally, and Smitty, I've come up multiple times when we were discussing all of that. Mm-hmm. I've personally said Jill Stein is a wolf in sheep's clothing. I don't understand why anyone is voting for her. She does this every 4 years. Whatever is quote unquote trendy, she hops on it and says, I am pro this. She did it back in 2016 and 2020 and now here. I have never seen her as a viable candidate, and I didn't understand what the push with Jill Stein was. 3-4 days prior to the election, she came out and said, I'm a Zionist. I'm pro-Israel. I don't want to see Israel go away. So F her too. She's trash. I do want everyone to understand, no matter who is going to run for president or, for anything in Congress, if they are Western, they're most likely going to be genocidal. Every single one of them. So when we say, Harris is genocidal, Trump is genocidal, we already know this. We do. But our only thing of, trying to push the votes and trying to push Harris was trying to see real change, was trying to see, is this person that we're going to vote for actually listening to the people and going to change anything? Or is it just going to be, hey, the same thing in 2020, you better vote Biden because you don't want Trump in office. And that's what we saw. And unfortunately, it's no longer working for the DNC. And I truly hope the DNC understands this. And next time they actually listen to the people that they supposedly speak for.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Pam.
I need to interject something.
I don't think that's going to be
I need to respond to that.
1 second.
Real quick, Pam. And then I'll go to you, Star, and then I do want to get Doc's opinion on what's going on. But let me just say this real quick. Let me talk to Black Americans real quick. I just got to say this, okay? Obviously, I feel your anger and I feel your pain about the election. I'm angry too. I'm angry at the results. I'm angry how it ended, okay? But when I see only a few that I've seen in the live, say that you're excited to go to Starbucks, I have to tell you that sends a level of anger in my body that I can't describe. I fully support your anger, fully support it. But boy, that makes me angry. Let me tell you something. Let me say this. You ready to go to the Starbucks that kicked out the black barbershop out of the neighborhood? You ready to go to the Starbucks that kicked out the black bank from the neighborhood? You ready to go to the Starbucks? Right? That Starbucks? You ready to go there? Come on, man. Like, listen, if you're excited to go to the black business, that's one thing. You're excited to go to the black business, that's one thing. You excited to go to the Starbucks? I can't, man. I can't. Go ahead, Sarah. Go ahead.
I was just gonna just hop in real quick and say that I hope these same people that are saying all this actually get a chance to vote again. Because we know that Trump has every mind that he wants to be a dictator, and they're actually lining up JD Vance to do it. Those people, Trump will not be in office for them whole 4 years. So everybody's saying, oh, we want them to do this, we want them to do this, we hope they learn. They're not going to have a chance to learn, because now they have the majority in the Senate and the presidency. Y'all, be so for real. Like, we're not delusional here. We can't expect yourself to be voting. You're not going to get a chance to vote again. And that's sad.
Yeah, I wanted to add on that before Doc goes. I think this is a really important part of the conversation to what Petra. Yeah, I agree, Star. I'm so glad that you said that. I think this is an important, again, piece of the conversation, going back to, again, what's been on my feed for the last 48 hours is women, specifically Black women, who just feel betrayed. Now, I'm just reporting back to you what I've seen. And like Smitty said, I agree with you 1000% about those videos about Starbucks and McDonald's. And I also agree and understand the pain that we feel. I think, again, that's why I'm glad to have these conversations, because something that's missing, maybe from the other side, and Petra, thank you for explaining that. But please understand, especially the Black community, we knew all that. We understood all of that. And I'm going to bring it back to where I feel that we all have to be honest with ourselves, right? We're not going to sit here and pretend like specifically Black people did not get dragged on this app for looking at the political landscape. Okay, considering our support for Gaza. Then also looking and going, well, hold on a second. I live in Texas, and hold on a second. I'm a woman. Hold on a second. Wait, the Latinos are going to be affected. Hold on a second. They're talking about dismantling the Department of Education. Okay, I know Harris is not a perfect candidate. I completely understand that. But hold on a second. If Trump and MAGA get in, this is going to be not just worse for one group. It's going to be bad for all of us. And it's already happening. We were told we were fear-mongering. We were told, what is your problem? We were called G-side lovers. We were called everything under, like, every name in the book. So I just hope that we don't act like the harm wasn't done. I really want to make sure we can continue to center the pain that Black people, specifically Black women, are feeling. I can name 3 content creators right now who were so hurt, because it was almost as if people didn't think that we considered all of the things that you had talked about. No one that I know said, oh my gosh, she's the most amazing person in the whole wide world. And oh my God, nobody said that. But we were sitting here surveying the landscape. And what I have heard from Black women is saying, we are always looking out for everyone else. We're always the ones surveying the landscape. We're looking at what's good for one. We're looking at good for our family. We're looking at good. We've always been like that. But when it came time for someone else to kind of hold their nose, and I understand why, believe me, please hear this in the context of what I'm saying. I'm just relaying to you, again, I feel like sometimes when we have these conversations, we sort of kind of are trying to be polite and we talk past each other, but we don't kind of acknowledge what the root of the pain is. And so, Petra, I can't thank you enough for also outlining like kind of where you're coming from. But I also, as a Black woman and from what I'm seeing, would like to share what people are feeling. Now, again, we can have the conversation to see, like Sean was saying, is this misplaced, those types of things. But let's not act like Black women did not get dragged after saying, hey, okay, who've been pro-Pally the entire time and then made announcements on their social feed saying that they were going to support Harris. They got tore up. And so you had some people who backed out then. And then afterwards, looking at the numbers that is readily available for everyone to see, we started doing the calculations. And I agree. And I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying it. Third-party voters did not make the impact here. Now, the people who stayed home, that's going to be different, right? And it's going to take some time if they do scaling on that to determine how that happened. But let's just not act like, though, like everybody was all like peace and loving. Like, it wasn't like that at all. So I think that's where a lot of the pain points are coming from. I just wanted to share that piece of it.
Let me go up to
Can I ask you a question though about this topic? Because I'm struggling to understand. Like when Biden was so unpopular that they swapped him out 3 months before the election. So clearly our collective voice made an impact where they realized this man is not going to bring out the vote. We need to bring somebody else. They obviously chose Kamala. But the next day, Black women particularly, but Black people got on phone banks and raised this woman $1 billion. We also had the power to push her on some of the key issues that we knew mattered to get the vote out. And we also were like, no, she just needs to win, and then afterwards. But there's no after.
Win goes in the comments, baby. Win goes. Thank you, fam. Appreciate y'all.
I feel like we waited until after the fact to be like, no, once she gets in office, then we, but we needed to get the vote out then, not just toe behind her like we got our quote unquote savior and now we just need to get her elected. She's not going to get elected if we don't push her on the issues that matter to the electorate. And we were all collectively silenced and said, no, we don't need to focus on that right now when she gets in. But again, how was she going to get people in? Like, how was she going to get in if we didn't push her on her views that we knew were deeply unpopular?
So real quick, fam. Hold on, y'all. Real quick.
What's done is done.
Wait. Hold on. So, let me. I'll go to one. Whoever one person wants to answer that for but it's got to be like a 30, 40 second, and then we're gonna go to Doc. Okay. So it's got to be 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Super quick. What's done is done. I'm hoping on this live to address the toxic stuff that we're seeing, the pain points that we're seeing on this live, not necessarily to relitigate that, but I agree with you, Fed. I'm sure a lot of people are doing that analysis. But before we go down that, I'm hoping that we can somehow, allow people to kind of talk about these pain points with people here that we trust in a safe space so that we can kind of resolve, or not resolve, or at least come to some understanding about what we're seeing all on our FYPs today.
All right. Go ahead.
And
Let's
you
go.
finish in your 30 seconds because people don't care about us. That's it. That's all. And right now we're mad. We know we got Trump, but it's what comes after that has me scared, has my family looking for new states to move to. That's not fucking fair. It's not fucking fair that I should have to be worried about moving my family so that we can be safer, not safer in another state that allows my family to just be. Because we want to be, but everybody else, you sit on your moral high horse. You want to sit on your moral high horse and say, "Well,
where are Gazans safe? Gazans are safe nowhere."
Hold on.
And neither are Black women. Please don't start with me. Don't start with me.
Real quick.
Don't start with me on that. No,
hold on, y'all. Go ahead, Star. Let me go ahead. Finish your comment. I'm going to comment on what you said, and then we're going to go to Doc. Okay.
Saying that where are they safe? We're not safe anywhere. Black women are not safe anywhere in this country. I said safer, and by safer, I did not mean safe. I mean that we're just allowed to exist in our in the fact that we're not safe, right? I mean actually exist, but again, just like Nichelle said, it's neither here nor there. This is what we got. But don't bet on voting again in 4 years. If he has his way, that dictatorship will come to pass, and we're all sitting here up Schitt's Creek without a paddle.
let me jump in. Let me say something real quick, okay? And I'm gonna go to Sean, and we're gonna go to Doc, okay? When I see the images and the situation in Gaza and the complete, there's not even a word for it. I am so broken about it, right? When I hear what Star just said, when I hear what Nichelle just said, I am so broken about it too. I don't rank and say, you know what? Oh my, okay, Star situation, I'm gonna put that above Gaza. I don't say I'm gonna put Gaza above Star. We have to understand, in my opinion, okay, that when we start you guys have heard me say this, when we start ranking, we're doing the work of the colonizer. You start ranking, saying, okay, you know what? Well, I'm gonna rank this one above this one. So all the people that do this, you know what? They can go themselves. Or right? You voted for the third party. Oh, you know what? F you. You know, man, we all trying to just figure this out. Why can't we come together and say, you know what? You're hurting. I'm hurting. Right? That pain is the same pain. We feel it in the same part of our body. Why we gotta say this one's worse than this one's worse than that one? Why? Right? Let's just come together, and it's from the same damn source. It's from the same source. The same people that's having Sister Star's family thinking about moving is the same ones dropping them BOMBs. Nobody should be looking at anybody else and saying anything but, I got you, brother. I got you, sister. Period. That's it. That's it. Go ahead, Sister Sean, and we go to Doc.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop down pretty soon. I told you in the comments, if you can bring up Smoothie, that would be great. Nichelle, I'm gonna say this. I don't think like Ding, me, Star, and Nichelle, we're all black. Oh goddamn.
Win Dr. NS, baby. Win Dr. NS. Thank you, fam. You've been a real one from the beginning, brother. Thank you, fam.
WNS. I'm sorry, sis. I didn't hear you. Go ahead. Try again. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you good. I was pausing I was watching the video. God dang, that was pretty cool.
Kind of amazing, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, WNS. But look, this is what I'm saying. Like, Ding is a black woman. I'm a black woman. Star is a black woman, and you a black woman. I don't think that the answer, what's done is done, is sufficient. I don't think that's good, because number one, you have something to say, and you should say it. And number two, God dang, y'all. And number two, like, it is important for us to analyze the things that go wrong in our societies so that we know how to move forward. Like, y'all know me. I'm a socialist. I'm a full-blown communist. I believe in revolution. No change will ever come through electoralism. I've been saying this forever. I've been saying that Democrats and liberals cannot fight fascism. You can't vote your way out of colonialism. You can't vote your way out of racism. You can't vote your way out of sexism, et cetera, et cetera. Like, when you have something to say that can add to the conversation of whatever analysis that we can apply to the colonial capitalistic systems. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Thank you. If you have any analysis that we can add to defeating the colonial capitalistic system that would get rid of any kind of oppression for any kind of people, especially that of black people or people who's, thank you so much. Oh my God, y'all are crazy. Y'all going crazy out here. Any type of oppression that would fall tenfold on black people. This is exactly like what Smitty had just said. And I said it before, like, any oppression that falls towards Palestinian people is going to fall towards black people tenfold. The Starbucks that is allowing, that is giving IDF soldiers free coffee is the same Starbucks that are calling the police on black men and having them unalived. It's the same Starbucks that is kicking black barbershops out of the neighborhoods. It is the same Starbucks that is gentrifying our neighborhoods. So when you say you're going to Starbucks, you're doing a lot of lateral damage. And I don't think what's done is a good, like a sufficient enough thing, because it just gets people.
Clarify that really quick. Yeah. So what I meant by, hold on, he addressed me. He addressed me. I just really quick. What I meant by what's done is done. I meant by the votes are cast and we can't go uncast them. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted you to know. I didn't. Listen, I am here for the conversation. The conversation is needed, and there's nuance to the conversation. There are layers to the conversation. There are offshoots to the conversation, and in no way, shape, or form was I trying to derail that. What I meant by that, and I apologize, and thank you for calling me out on that. What I meant to say is that what the votes are cast, there's nothing we can do to uncast them. That's what I meant. I'm so sorry that I didn't clarify that. But
Let
thank
me,
you.
No, that's fair
let me
enough.
go
That's
up
fair
to,
enough. But I do want to say the Ding,
go ahead.
because I agree with you too, Ding, and I'm gonna hop down after I say this. I know I've been yapping. I'm sorry, Smitty. I'm sorry, everybody else. But I do want to say this to Ding and to Star as well. I think we're talking past each other, and I think we need to come to terms with the things that happened. Like I said before, there were two. Like, we don't know everything. I'm not. You know, I don't. I'm not omniscient. You know, I'm not God, you know, if you believe in God or whatever. So I don't know everything. And the people who are voting have the same thought processes as I do. They are just trying to do exactly what it is that they think is the best thing to do for whoever it is that they're doing it for. If you voted on Trump, then that's a different story, because like, you're just a racist, you're just a sexist, you're a homophobe, et cetera, et cetera. But like, people who voted on Jill Stein, or even people who chose to abstain from voting and utilize their vote essentially as a protest vote or whatever else it may be, they were just doing the thing that they were trying to hold strong to their principles for. They're just trying to figure out a way to be able to live with themselves regardless of the outcome, because the outcome was going to be shit. What we need to be looking at with each other is, why is the outcome going to be shit no matter what? What can we do to make sure that the outcome stops being shit? And we have to stop compromising on our principles in order to vote in this fascist or this fascist light, or whoever is going to do these things versus doing those things. Like, we need to figure out what it is that we have to do in any conversation that gets us closer to ending the oppressive systems that make us make those kinds of choices is worth hearing every single time. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much.
Yes,
I'm going to keep having Palestine on my back. Thank you, Smitty. I appreciate you. I love all my people. Take your time, grieve. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, we got work in the morning. Like,
yes.
Look at wounds.
Yes. Thank you, fam. I'm gonna drop you. I'm gonna let you go. And just like Sister Sean just said, you know what? This is a difficult conversation. This is a hard conversation. But tomorrow morning, everybody better be picking everybody else up, right? Those that say, you know what? I need some isolation. We're gonna wait for them to come back. Those that say, hey, I'm ready. We gonna roll with them. Okay. Let me go to Doc. Go ahead, brother. How you been, by the way?
Mitty, bro, real good. How are you?
Good. What are your thoughts, fam?
Thanks for hosting this. Yeah, man, I just want to say a couple of things. So, look, we spent a year fighting against Zionism, not to spend the next month or two fighting each other over which Zionist was better for us. You know, I think to answer your question on the green screen, look, if you decide to stop supporting Palestine, then your support was transactional to begin with. And look, Palestine, the Gazans taught us how to fight. We, with or without the support, with the Gazans are going to continue to fight. I will say that I do condemn anybody that celebrated Trump's win. And I also condemn anybody that voted for Kamala. I think that the real issue is the two-party system. And we should be using our energy to fight together to find a new system. And if we use our energy to do that, I think there will be more good that comes out of it.
All right. Thank you, fam. Well, Star, I know you want to respond, and while I work on getting the last person up here, go, Star. You want to respond?
I just said he said her name wrong, and I get pissed off at that. And also,
I missed it.
What is his race? Because I'm trying to tailor my comments.
Doctors.
Palestinian.
Yeah.
I wanted to know if he was black.
Wait.
I'm asking about the back of the question in the back.
You're asking about what? Sorry.
I asked your race because I was talking about the question on the background. That's all. That's it. That's all.
That's all you want to know? Yeah, he's Palestinian.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Let me go to Alam. Alam, your thoughts, fam.
Hi, Smitty. Honestly, I'm good. How are you?
Good. Talk to me.
Honestly, I'll make it short and sweet. Honestly, Doc said it. Like, if people want to continue to support us, you're more than welcome to. If you don't, bye. Like, we're not selling Gaza. We're not selling Palestine. We're not selling support to the Palestinians. No one's asking you to buy it. You guys want to buy Starbucks. Go buy Starbucks. Everybody else wanted to support Palestine. Happy for them to stay. No problem. Like I don't understand why it's not a transaction. It's not transactional. Period. Same way that me personally, I can speak for myself. My support for any oppressed people is not transactional.
Can I just
So that's
add
it,
to that
honestly.
real quick?
If you
Can I
want to
add
support
one thing,
Palestine, you're more than
Smitty?
welcome
I'm
to.
sorry. Can I add one
No,
thing
you
to
cannot.
that? Okay, I'm
Yeah, yeah.
sorry. But
No,
here's
no,
what I
I'm
want to
kidding.
say.
Yeah,
Look,
you're good.
why do so many people
Fairness above all.
what
AJQ fam, in the chat, please.
why
I
do
didn't hear a
so
word you
many
said.
people support Gazans? Really, why? That's a good question, right? They're not the
It's
first
simple.
oppressed people. They're not the first genocide. It's because they have a specific, particular way about it. They smile in the face of it. They remain hopeful. They have faith. They really are the ones who taught everybody else resilience. They taught everybody that you should fight too, and that we can fight together. I think that's so important that we owe them, actually, if anything, they taught us.
Manny, I'm gonna come back when you get to. I can't deal with this right now. It's very
Want me to let you
triggering.
go?
I understand,
I'm
sis.
would
I'm
be
feeling that
fucking-
too.
Yeah,
No,
this
I'm feeling
shit
it too.
triggering as fuck.
It's
And
okay.
I'm
It's
trying to
okay.
stay cool, and I'm not going to, so I don't want to
It's
explode
okay.
and crash out on your pad. I love you, Smith.
Okay.
And I get it, Michelle.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna let you go. Thank you.
Got you, sis.
But I will say that, like, because this is what this is about. Celebrating Trump is, rubbing salt in the wounds of many people who've been oppressed as well. And I don't think that's okay. I am very much against it. So I want to make that clear, that I think, like I said, the issue is really the two-party system, and we need to focus on developing a different type of system.
Let me.
Can I ask Smitty real fast?
Address some stuff because this is going left. I'm so sorry. Go ahead, Smitty, because I'm
Wait,
seeing
Michelle,
in the chat.
I wanted to ask you before you leave.
I'm not leaving.
Oh, I thought you said you're gonna drop. Oh,
No, I said I'm addressing some stuff in the chat that I'm trying to.
Oh.
Never mind.
I thought you were gonna address what Doc said. Okay.
No. Go ahead.
Let me address that real quick, and I'll come back to you.
Mm-hmm.
I think the reason I can't say for certain, but I think the reason. Go, appreciate it. I wait. Thank you, fam. Thank you. I think that Black women, right, in America have laid the foundation for the struggle of Black Americans for hundreds of years. And I think that, hold on for 1 second. AJ, keep taking that. Appreciate you, AJQ. Appreciate you, Ghost. Thank you. Appreciate y'all. And so I'm sure from Star's perspective, it's like, man, what about us, right? At the same time, Doc has his perspective and knows what he knows, right? That's where he's coming from. So everybody has their own opinion. Thank you, brother. Right, thank you, brother. I think we're good. But let me go to Alam. And I understand what you said about, hey. Thank you, guys. Appreciate y'all. All right. Appreciate y'all. All right. Thank you, AJQ. Appreciate you guys. All right. Thank you. Appreciate all the support, y'all. Appreciate all the support. All right. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, he's telling y'all to stop with your pissing contest. The fuck? Hello?
Can you please stop?
All right,
Wallah,
thank you,
stop with
guys.
your
Thank you,
pissing
guys.
contest. The fuck, bro?
Yeah, Ghost, please, I love you
Jesus.
to death. Please don't engage with that bullshit. Thank you.
Wallah.
All right. Here's what
Okay.
we're gonna do. All right. I kind of lost my train of thought. So we're gonna let me
You
allow
know
my.
what?
We didn't hear a word you said. If you want
This
to
is
repeat
going.
it, Smitty.
I know.
Yeah, he
I
didn't,
missed it.
and okay, I can't be part of this. I can't. I can't. I love you, Smitty.
Michelle, can I respond to what you said? I
Sure.
was writing in the comments. I didn't come up here to invalidate anyone's voices, specifically Black women, because you guys have been on the front lines of the pro-Palestinian cause, specifically you, and you know exactly how I feel about you. I said this yesterday. I will continue saying this. People have a right to be pissed off. And I understand that 100%. I understand that it's coming towards a specifically us. I understand it because we've been in each other's faces for the past year, and it's I got your back, you got my back. That's how it felt. But what I truly want people to understand, it had nothing to do with Harris. It had nothing to do with the Black community. Palestinians, specifically Palestinians. I'm not talking about Arabs and everyone else, but Palestinians, since day one, they said we are no longer voting Democrat until they listen to our voices. It's too long that the DNC has been gaslighting us. They did it in 2016. They did it in 2020. We are done. No one is listening to us. And everyone, and it wasn't just Palestinians, it was everyone, when it was Biden versus Trump, was saying, F you, Genocide Joe. And to Palestinians, it was, what the F happened? I thought we were all together back then. And I truly, truly, truly wish, instead of, when Harris began her campaign, instead of us fighting each other, I truly wish that we would have, quote unquote, united then. And instead of saying, oh, vote Harris, no, vote Jill Stein, no. I wish we had put pressure on Harris as a full community like we were. And maybe she would have said something. Maybe she would have allowed one Palestinian to speak at the DNC. She silenced our voices. Biden silenced our voices. Everyone silenced our voices when our people were being G-sided. And all we were asking was for an end to the arms embargo. Man, they were going to send it regardless. Like when the Rafah massacre happened, America literally stopped funding or stopped arming them with the 2,000 pound bombs to try and deter them from going into Rafah. And then they went in anyways, and they repeated it and kept giving it to them. And we were protesting then. And for everyone saying, y'all didn't protest Trump, yes, we did. We did. We were at the RNC. Go search it up. The Palestinian protest at the RNC. But we don't listen on our side. The people who, quote unquote, speak for us are the Democrats, are the DNC. And when Palestinians were speaking and reading martyrs' names, a list of children being unalived, we had people laugh at us. But, Benjamin Netanyahu is allowed, a Democratic president allowed him to go in and speak to the full nation.
Let me jump in, Petra. Give me 1 second. I know Nichelle wants to jump in, and then I am going to cycle. I do want to kind of balance out the panel a little bit. Go ahead, Nichelle. I know you want to jump in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to stay because the panel is not balanced right now, and I want to make sure I also represent Black women. So,
yeah, absolutely,
Petra, I very much value everything that you said, that Doc said, all of you all. I understand Star's rage to my core. Mm-hmm. So what I'm saying to you is, and I think for the sake of, I think we all know when we hit limits, right? If we have some level of emotional maturity, we do our best to say things that don't lash out while we're angry. So that's what I'm going to try and do. We are acutely aware of everything that you shared. I guess my question to just the broader chat is, I haven't heard not one person acknowledge at least the anger that a lot of Black women are feeling. Mm-hmm. It's more of a condemnation. Just like you all are not a monolith, just like you said, we've been in it in the thick of it. Not one I think I've had maybe 2 people, 3 people reach out to me and say, hey, sis, just checking on you. How are you doing? I think that's where the anger and the hurt is coming from. We're not talking, me personally, I'm not talking about, people part of the pro-Pally movement that are on the fringe. I'm talking about people who have been in it through the thick of it. Like, I'm not trying to put anybody on blast, but did anybody send Smitty a DM? Some of the more recognizable, people that have been rocking since day one. All we hear is, and I'm going to repeat what they said about Harris, just for context here, we have to be flawless. And then one of us represents the entire community. And I'm sure there's some level of where you're feeling that too. But I didn't want to, that's what I meant when I said partially what is done and not relitigating the reasons why. We're here where we are, and there's a lot of pain because, in my opinion, there was a blind spot missed. Everything that you said, Petra, 1,000%. Understood you 1,000%. Been on live, sat with you and multiple other people, but no one ever looked back to go, hold on a second. We've got more than just us in this movement. Let me check on my Latino allies. Let me check on my Black allies. Let me check on my other allies. Let me see what they're also concerned about. And then if there was any kind of question about it, it was like, how dare you? How dare you? And we took that in love. I remember being on lives and saying, you will not tone police Palestinian pain and hurt. You will not not on my watch. You will not do that. I stand in the gap. And what you're hearing today, whether you understand it or not, whether people agree with it or not, whether people think it's silly or not, I literally could care less. Because just like we're going to validate other people's feelings, it's funny how when it comes to validating other people's feelings, it's not so much a thing. So that's all I'm going to say in terms of explaining it. That's what I thought we were going to be talking about today, because there's a lot of anger. And I have personally talked to people where I'm literally saying, I don't want to see this breach. But every single time we have these conversations, it's always about, well, here's why I did what I did, not, oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Let me sit for a second and listen. Let me hear what you're saying so that we can talk it out. We're reasonable people. I just want to sit with the people that I've sat with for a year and say, hey, by the way, this shit hurts. Let me explain to you why. Do you even care enough about us to listen to why? It's always like a litigation. It's always like something else. That's all I'm saying. So I am saying, not for me personally, I am speaking for literally the hundreds of people that I've seen. And you're absolutely right. And I condemn all those people who were doing the Starbucks. That is wild to me. That's crazy to me. But like you all personally have said, no, I know you, Nichelle. I know you, Smitty. But did it go both ways? That's all I'm talking about. And that's what you're seeing. And I agree with you. And I've seen everything from reasonable, responses to, oh my God, what the hell was that responses, and everything in between. I agree with you 1,000%. 1,000%. And I hope you all know I'm not a monolith. I had to tell someone yesterday, I'm my own individual person. I don't do groupthink. I am my own individual person. But right now, what I'm speaking is as a collective. Now, that could be wrong. That could be right. We could talk about that. We could have that conversation. But we can't even have that conversation if that pain's not even acknowledged. That's what I want to say to that.
I agree. I will drop to give space. Nichelle, I'm sorry if, the way I came was like defensive of everything. I do
apologize, Petra. I love you, girl. Don't ever apologize.
No, it's because I know who you are and I know it hurt you. And I know there's nothing I personally can do that can help you or Smitty or anyone here. I do get the pain. I condemn both, anyone celebrating Trump's win, because he's an a-hole. He's going to ruin all of us. It's not just Black people. He's going to ruin all of us. But, to throw it back and people who wanted us to vote for Harris, that's what people are doing. It's disgusting. It's childish. I condemn the Starbucks videos. It's nasty. And I apologize. I know what's to come, and I live in Texas too. I'm a hijabi. I know it's nothing like being a Black person in America, but I'm here for anyone who wants to just speak. I'm personally going to distance myself from this because I don't want it to come off that I am being disrespectful or anything.
No, Petra, I need everyone to hear this. I need everyone, because this is part of the problem. I'm speaking to you, my other Texas girl. Okay, girl, I'm trying to fight tears right now. I don't ever want you to feel like that. I don't ever want you to feel like that. Okay, the only way that we're gonna get through this, in my opinion, and I've talked to Smitty about it, and I've talked to other people that I trust about it, is to have the conversations. And when I say, you know me, but I'm also channeling what I've seen on the app, good, bad, or other. And I even said to someone today that I trust wholeheartedly, that I'm friends with off the app. And I said, I don't know how to breach the conversation. So Smitty, again, W to you for even hosting the space for us to have this difficult conversation. It is hard, especially, listen, we all know, all of us here, we know who is locked in, and we also know Fringe. We know that Fringe sometimes can cause chaos, okay? But we're all kind of getting mixed in together. And what I'm seeing is those of us who actually have relationship, it's still not being acknowledged. And that piece hurts because there are, like my good friend Nader said, there's going to have to have conversations within our own communities, right? Like me and Smitty, and people are going to have to call out some people like, hey, what's up? Well, I don't know about all that, right? And then we bridge that gap back to the broader community. Conversations need to be had within each community. But what I'm saying is that in order for that to happen, you've got to also hear where we're coming from also as well. And this is a first step. So sis, don't ever apologize. You said nothing wrong at all. And I hope what I said was received in love, because that's how it was delivered.
Everything you say is always received with love, Nichelle. You know, you're like my sister. I honestly couldn't have done the past year without you. You're amazing. And I will be here. I will never be a transactional ally. There were videos that were horrible. I will stand with you guys no matter what. I will go down and listen, and hopefully, a Black voice can come and talk here.
Right.
I'm trying, I promise. But thank you, Smitty. Thanks for
Absolutely.
everyone.
All right, thank you for coming up with Cycle, you, and then Alam, anything else you want to say? And I'm going to let you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I said what I said earlier. If anybody no longer wants to support Palestine, like I said, we're the only thing we're begging for is to live. We're not begging for people to stand with us. We're not begging for people to fake stand with us. I just want my family and my friends to stay safe and alive. That's it. And they're not even safe. I just hope that they're alive. And if they die, they die. And you know what? Like everybody I'm just going to be very straightforward. The Muslim vote in America there's 2-point-something million Muslims, I believe, and 3.7 million, let's say 3 million Muslims registered. And I believe 3.7 million Arab. And I don't know if that is registered or unregistered. That would not have made Kamala win. I just want to clarify that and stress that. I did not vote for Trump, and alhamdulillah I didn't. I wasn't going to. But we said from the jump that we weren't voting for Kamala. So clearly we weren't heard. We're not being listened to. And that's fine. That's fine. If people do not want to listen to us, then please don't pretend to support us. That's simply it. That's all I had to say. And Smitty, by the way, before when all the gifts were sending, we didn't hear anything you said.
It's all good. It's all good. I forgot what
I'd like to hear what you said. Okay.
No, I think, listen, I think for me.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely, fam. Absolutely. No, I think what I was going to say on both sides, well, maybe not even on both sides. I would just say again, let me repeat what I said about 30 to 45 minutes ago. I just want far more energy from both sides spent on dismantling the system that has put us in this place, right? Let's have strong conversation with each other, but why isn't the strongest conversation devoted for the system that has made us have to make these very ridiculous choices, right? That's where I'm at, okay?
100%, Smitty. Also, I feel like in this conversation, what I've in of people, like no one, like people of color. Clearly, if this election showed us anything, people of color are also not monolithic. Arabs aren't monolithic. They don't vote in a voting block. Black people clearly are not monolithic. Latinos are not monolithic. Everybody has their issues that cause them to go out and on election day and voted for who they voted for. And everybody had their issue that caused them to sit at home. And if we don't focus on that, Democrats will continue to lose if we choose not to introspect on what got us here and point the finger outward and blame everything but ourselves.
Let me say something, and then Fed, I'm gonna let you go. I see quite a few Black people saying, "Hey, I'm Black, I'm not POC," and I'm 1,000% here for that. 1,000%. I agree with you. I completely agree with you. So, Fed, let me say anything else you want to say, fam?
That was all. Thank you so much,
Okay.
Cindy. I appreciate you all.
All right. Thank you. All right. Let me go. Let's see here. Let's work in the new folks. We're gonna go Rima, Aisha, and then Ramona.
I would like to, if possible, I would like Sister Aisha and Ramona to go before me, and I can go after them, please.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Aisha.
Hey, everyone. My favorite people are here. Hey, sweetie, how are you? Everyone in Toronto. I could say, I would sit here and say I was surprised, but I already said that call that Trump was here when y'all had the, that was really cool when y'all had the election night, but it wasn't a shock to me. What's shocking to me, however, is the visceral that I'm seeing on here of people saying that they're not going to support Palestine. That's a little shocking to me because Arab Americans didn't put Trump in office. So I'm confused as to where all this visceral is actually coming from. I'm going to say this, and I didn't say this during the time that I was getting dragged for saying that I wasn't going to vote for VP Harris. I think the anger that Black women have, to me, honestly, is very, very misplaced. We have almost 200,000 Black women and girls missing in our country. I am a teacher, and I have students in high school who cannot read. Black boys and girls, 11th, 12th grade, cannot read. We have a suicide, I don't know how to say that, but kids are unaliving themselves in our communities. We have African-American boys and girls get, unalived every single day in certain neighborhoods. And so when I hear things like, we're just gonna look after ourselves, and we're not looking after ourselves either. And in my opinion, I'm gonna say this: when all of this was going on with this election, we all have lives, right? We all have things that go on in our lives, and then I was on here, and I got called everything but the child of God. Mind you, my grandson was on the missing persons, exploited children for over a month. My other grandson is in the hospital. And my other grandson died in a few years in October, and I had to deal with that, right? But the people who are supposed to be so angry and, Black women were the ones that was dragging my ass, right? Because I said that I did not want to vote for VP Harris. So I think we need to start practicing what we preach. Because we shouldn't be on here arguing with each other, dogging each other. I had somebody tell me, a Democrat, because I wasn't voting for Kamala or whatever, VP Harris. I wasn't voting for her. The hypocrisy is what is getting to me. And that sound, I don't know if anybody's heard that sound, and it's a woman screaming. And Black women are saying, basically, this is what I'm going to do for 4 years. I'm not going to pay attention or listen to anybody else, right? And it's a woman actually literally screaming on this background. Are we for real right now? So that right there, to blame marginalized people, and I'm going to say this is my last thing, and I'll land this plane here. Trump is the epitome of America, the real America, the plastic, fake, felon, liars, racist. Why was it the bigger question that we all need to be asking was why could he run anyway? He's a convicted felon. We have convicted felons that can't even vote. And so that's why I'm surprised that anybody on here is surprised. This is America. This is not a shock. It wasn't a shock to me because right on this Smitty's Live, I said that he was going to win, didn't I? Because this is America. And they got us, they're sitting up there, the white tea people are laughing their asses off. The people that's in those
That
big
part I
places,
agree with.
they laughing their asses off. You know why? Because they have been very successful in dividing us. Now everybody put that in their mouth and smoke it.
All right, sisters.
I'm gonna leave. Smitty, thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wait, I wanted to say something to Doc really fast before he leaves. Is that okay?
Oh, go ahead.
Go for it.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So there was two things, and actually, Aisha made a really interesting point that this would definitely add to. With this conversation, that Nichelle made a really, really, really good point that I wanted to touch on. It seems like no one who's engaging in this really understands the value that especially Black Americans, we're even talking about Africans in Africa, like countries like from Senegal, which is the country that I'm from, I'm also Fulani, historically, like even putting those aside about like how serious the support has been for Palestinians from these areas, putting that aside, the way that the support and advocacy of Black Americans have been pushed aside in this conversation, specifically from the people for Kamala Harris, it's been absolutely like just heart-wrenching. I was actually really bothered by the way that you said, why do you think everyone supports Palestinians? It's because we have a smile on our faces and everything like that. Which groups advocated the most, or one of the most, I would say the most actually, specifically for like getting the word out, sharing the stuff? Forget TikTok, because this is not even the start of how influential and important Black Americans have been on the Palestinian movement. I'm baffled, honestly. What do you mean, we don't need your help? What do you mean by that? It's since the Palestinian movement has begun in its area, it's been especially global support. Countries like Egypt, countries like Senegal, countries like Ghana, all these areas in which there are majority Muslim countries. So I'm not sure I have no clue what that was. Honestly, that was the most bothersome thing that I heard on this panel, aside from what Aisha said, because even with that, saying that you're a teacher, that the students are illiterate, but then not voting for Kamala Harris, who, aside from putting expansions on the Department of Education especially, aside from advocating for more funds towards people who are uneducated and lower income, aside from advocating for, student loan forgiveness and expansion of FAFSA, we have the opposition, let's once again, please live in reality and understand that we do live in a two-party system, not voting for Kamala. I really hope we do understand that very well. But nonetheless, we have Donald Trump, who wants to disband the Department of Education. What does that mean for education in America? That means that, number one, low-funded schools in low socioeconomic conditions will not receive subsidies from the federal government to survive. They cannot survive on property taxes. They can't do that. So they get their funding from the federal government through the FAFSA. It would be extremely difficult for me to go to college and get my degree as a Black woman without the FAFSA being given to me. And that is the exact reason why Black women in America, this is for you, Aisha, I'm really shocked that you said that. For you, Aisha, this is exactly why Black women in America have been able to go ahead and increase the amount of graduates. These policies have directly targeted the disparities that Black women have experienced. So, number one, I absolutely am so upset at how people are completely undermining the policies and legislation that Trump being in office does. It is absolutely insane that we're saying that Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are the same. And it's even crazier for Palestinians to say that, considering, number one, under Trump, he cut $200 billion in funding for Palestinian aid. Palestinian aid alone. Palestinian aid alone. Not to mention the aid that the government gives out. We have our own issues with colonialism. Sean is my girl. Like I'm also a socialist and everything like that. But we need to understand how the government works in general. Federal aid is not just like funding for Israel or whatever. It also funds other countries. For instance, like Sudan, right? We had the whole protect Sudan thing going on with Palestine. Him cutting 22% of foreign aid directly impacted countries like Sudan. It directly impacted countries like the Middle East. They're providing aid for refugees who are Afghanistani or Iraqi. He's literally proposed. I'm sorry. I was just so bothered.
No, you good, fam. And I even want you to continue. I just know that Doc had to run, and so to let him just be able to respond to you, just in case you want to respond back. That's all.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah. At the very least, I would love to hear a response from that.
Absolutely.
I'm still baffled, honestly.
Go ahead, Doc. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say a couple things. So first of all, I don't think I said I don't care about the support from the allies or anything. I don't think I said that. If I said that, I was wrong to say that. I just said that there's a difference between, look, for me, it's a religious thing, okay? I think that the Gazans or the Palestinians, the Muslims, we cannot, it is against it would be a sin for me to vote for Kamala Harris because she is giving weapons and money that's killing my brothers and sisters. That would be a sin. So I'm not going to commit a sin because of some American policy changes that might or might not happen. I am not celebrating Trump. I'm not pro-Trump. You don't have to tell me voting for Trump is also a sin. He's done horrible shit. He's called the settlements legal. He's made the Golan Heights legal. He's cut funding to the UN. He's a piece they both are. But I'm not going to apologize for not committing a sin because your candidate lost. I'm not doing that. And honestly, at this point, you're just like you're acting as if my concerns don't even matter, or my belief doesn't even matter, or that the blood of these children don't matter. That's how I'm starting to feel. I never once celebrated Trump, and I condemn it. I think if you're anybody pro-Palestinian or an ally that is celebrating Trump and saying, ha ha, Kamala Harris lost because she supported a genocide and indirectly supporting Trump or celebrating him, then you're wrong too. Because you're rubbing the salt in the wounds of people who've been hurt by Trump. And I didn't say that I'm not going to live in reality, but at some point we need to change the two-party system. We do. You act like there isn't issues with both of them. Why are we even having to choose between two? That's the real problem. And I can't remember the last thing I was going to. There is oppression all over the world. Why is the Gazan genocide united all of us? It empowered all of us. Yes, there's injustices and systemic racism in the United States against Black people. And I agree with that. But what I'm saying is that the Gazan genocide empowered all of us to be on the same page, dude. And why are we going to fight each other after fighting with each other against this colonial, imperialistic, fascist, racist Zionism, and we're going to allow it to divide us because one piece of shit Zionist won over the other piece of shit Zionist? I just don't get it, dude. This is so stupid to me. Sorry, bro. But anyway, I gotta go.
Okay. Thank you for coming up, Doc. All right, go ahead, Smoothie. If I know Doc's got to go, we'll let him go. But if you still want to respond, that's totally fine. Thank you, fam. Thank you.
Oh no, absolutely. Thank you. Honestly, I am just so still appalled at this. Honestly, I have no idea why he called it a stint of law. I have no clue why he said that. I wish he would have explained that. But nonetheless, we need to once again live in reality and know that not voting for Kamala this year would not have ended the two-party system. And hey, I would have given grace had there been I would have given grace. I would have given grace had there been any other alternative offered. And remember, I forgot who said this, but they were like, oh, when Kamala Harris got nominated, a black woman the next day made these legislations and policies. I have no clue what that was in relation to the talking point. I have no clue what that was, because the whole point, as whoever that was said and explained, was for us to convince the Democratic Party to vote in our favor. And whether or not you believe whatever threat that the U.S. made towards Israel to do a ceasefire, if they to protect Palestinians, if they don't, what was it again? They threatened to do an arms embargo after if Palestinians did not. If Israelis did not protect Gazans or whatever it said something like that. If that, I understand fully not believing that, but look at the policies that were passed. You know, we have Trump who cut $200 billion in aid for it was either billion or million in aid for Palestine. Well, Biden the next year put back 235. That's what he did. So no one here is saying that Democrats have been like the advocacies and protectors of Palestine. First of all, what's being acknowledged is, number one, the way in which the support of people globally is being disregarded in this moment is appalling. How are we not acknowledging the feelings of Black Americans who have historically protested, advocated, and fought for Palestinians, how they might feel betrayed by rhetoric like this in particular? I'm not even discussing people who voted third party. I'm not even doing that. We have people who say they won't vote for either, but offer no alternatives. That's where my issue is. And no one's being honest with what the legislation is. No one's being, I promise you, I don't think I've seen a single person who has made this point from Palestine. I haven't seen a single one of them be able to reiterate a single piece of legislation being argued for by Kamala Harris or even by Trump that's unrelated to Palestine. It is completely insane. And I was honestly, when I came up here first, I was not going to come here and say that like, maybe she should have voted for Kamala Harris. But this rhetoric honestly needs to be addressed. And I just can't keep hearing it. I just cannot keep hearing it with no one addressing the fact that Black Americans especially have been extremely valuable to the Palestinian movement. It should not be disregarded because they're advocating for protections that impact every single person around the world. That's my
Smoothie. I'm sorry. I have to say something really quick.
Yes, I know. Hold on. Let me.
I want all the white people to come to the front, Smitty. This doesn't feel right to me. I'm sorry, it doesn't. These are people I care about on this panel. I want to talk to the white people. Come to the front. Let's put the hold on. I'm tired of arguing. Okay, listen. I want to talk. If y'all don't feel comfortable, DM me. Okay? Listen, let's play. Look, we looked at the numbers. And don't get mad at me. Smitty said it too. Okay? I want them to come to the front. I want the people who either sat out. See, when Doc said that, I almost burst into tears. I understand that. I understand faith. I'm never going to put that on him. I'm not going to put that on a Black person. I'm not going to fight with you. I'm not going to argue with you. I want the non-melanated group to come forward. Fill up the panel with that. I'll drop for everybody for that. Let's have the conversation. I'm tired of laying the blame at people who don't deserve it. Y'all got me out here. My blood pressure is through the damn roof. If we're going to get through this, let's have the conversation with the people we need to have the conversation with. The people who on November 6th were able to throw up their hands and go, well, my bad. Trump's bad, but you know what? My 401k is going to be great. And yeah, I'm still going to be able to go places I want to go. And I don't have to worry about wearing my hijab. And I don't have to worry about the color of my skin unless I go spray tan. I don't have to worry about any of that. That's who I want to talk to. Come to the front. We out here debating and arguing and everything. Come to the front. Get in the request. Defend your decision. Because you didn't have anything to lose if Trump won. But everybody on this panel did.
I hear you, Sam, and I will definitely do that. Let me let Ramona. We'll go Ramona, and then Rima, and then we'll go to Mo up top.
Yeah.
Ramona, how are you?
I'm good. How are you? Thank you
Good.
for letting me up tonight.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I just have a few things to say, and then you can like replace me for someone else.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm a Palestinian from Gaza. I'm born and raised in Gaza. I'm not American. I don't have influence on your elections. I don't vote in your elections. I never took resources from your government, never relied on your government, but your elections had influence on me since I was born. Okay. I'll clarify a few things, and this is not me like, you know, saying, oh, look at me, I'm so oppressed because of the US government, but I'll tell you a few things that your government did, since other people on the panel talked about Trump and talked about what your government did to, you know, people domestically in the United States. The blockade that Gaza is under, let me start with this actually. A lot of the Palestinian diaspora in the United States is because of the United States and because what the United States did to other people in the Nakba, because of their funding to the Zionist project. And that's what led to the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, 750,000 Palestinians. A lot of them had to walk out on foot and go find better lives. That's where your 0.05% Palestinian population comes from. Out of your 244 million eligible voters, 0.05% of your whole population is a Palestinian population. Now, with that said, that is why you have some Palestinians in the diaspora. And that is directly affected by your government, because President Truman recognized Israel 10 minutes after Israel declared its independence. The United States jumped on it, and 10 minutes they recognized Israel. Now, when you hear, and I'm sure a lot of you listen to Zionist Lives, when you hear H Group and Fatah threw each other off of roofs in Gaza in 2005, it was so bloody, and ever since H Group took control, they did a coup. Yeah, that was funded by the United States. The United States, Condoleezza Rice, they funded Fatah. They had them storm into Gaza. They started throwing each other off of roofs. They funded a civil war in Gaza, and they pushed for it, and they didn't like that it was delayed. And that's when the blockade went up, that your government also funds. Okay? Now, 89% of Muslims in America voted for Obama. Most Palestinians voted for Obama. Most Arabs voted for Obama. In 2014, Obama killed 3,000 Palestinians in Gaza. And he went on TV and had the audacity to say Israel has the right to defend itself. He went on to defend torturing Iraqis. He said, yes, we tortured some folks. We waterboarded them, right? Muslims got waterboarded. They got the enhanced interrogation techniques. Muslims' women's hijabs were snatched off of their heads. And by the way, Trump put a Muslim ban, right? So every hijabi Muslim here will also be affected. Every hijabi Palestinian will also be affected by this. So your government affected me since the day I was born, yet I've never had any influence on your government whatsoever. So I feel like Palestinians, since most of them voted for Biden, since most of them voted for Obama twice, have the right to say, no, you're going to stop killing our people. We're going to punish you for what you've done to us. Because when I see Kamala Harris's face or Biden's face, I see my dead family. That's what I see. So I believe the Palestinians in the diaspora, like Rashida Tlaib, for example, are a result of the Nakba and our people, Palestinians, that are trying to improve our lives. The U.S. invaded Afghanistan for 20 years, and I know it doesn't happen on your territory, on your land. So sometimes it's difficult to see, and now you can see it because it's recorded and documented on camera. So yes, I am affected by your elections. And no, I don't like Trump. And no, I don't like Harris. And no, they all have the same policy. However, Harris should not win an election for what she did. Now, even if you believe that she should have won, 0.05% of your population, your whole population is Palestinian. Okay, most Palestinians did not vote for Trump. There are 288 times. The number of African Americans, the number of Black people in the United States is 288 times the number of the population of Palestinians. And when I looked up the stats and the data, and I'm not very well educated on that, I believe 16% of Black voters voted for Trump. I believe I don't know, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, or 40% of Latinos or whatever. There was a bunch of minorities, including Palestinians, that voted for Trump. The vast majority of those who voted for Trump, though, were white people. And those are the ones that are not affected by this election or the previous election or the election before it. That is the demographics of people that are never affected by any of this. So it's really hurtful to see people bring this and talk about the Palestinians and celebrate their Starbucks. And I go on Twitter and I read, I hope Netanyahu turns Gaza into a parking lot, or I'm going to go and celebrate and drink my Starbucks. Okay, if you want to abandon the Free Palestine movement, go ahead. Now, I'm sure if it was BLM, right? If it was BLM and it was the other way around, and this thing was happening, and I said, I will abandon, or should I debate abandoning the BLM movement because of this? That would not be good, and I would never do that. Okay, and I see people in the chat, and it's okay. People can think whatever they want to think. Now, again, Palestinians are not to blame for the outcome of your election. Even if they voted, even if all the people who voted for Jill Stein, every single person who voted for Jill Stein, if they voted 6 times each for Harris, Harris would still lose. If each of the Jill Stein voters voted 6 more times, Harris would still lose. So clearly there's an issue with that woman. Maybe her campaign was not good enough. Maybe her policies were not good enough. Maybe there's other reasons why people chose to vote for Trump or chose to not vote for her. Maybe it's not just us.
But let me just say something, Ramona, real quick. I just want to say a couple of things to what you said, and I agree with most of what you said. I guess I would maybe characterize something different, and people may not like what I'm about to say, but I'm gonna say it. The biggest issue with Kamala Harris's campaign was white supremacy. That was the biggest issue. The biggest issue is that you had a felon who was running for president that people just decided to give him chance after chance after chance after chance after chance. And then those will be the same people that when you try to put something together for minority groups, then they want to be the ones to complain. The same country that had 200 and some years of patience with slavery and with segregation can't even have 3 years of patience with DEI, can't even have 3 years of patience with affirmative action, can't even have 3 years of patience with, damn it, the Fair Housing Act. So Kamala Harris's number one issue was white supremacy. Let's.
And I agree with you. And that's why I said most of the people who voted for Trump were white people. That's why I said that, because I understand that part, and we all understand that part. Now, Smoothie was saying something, and I just want to say something about Biden. No, Biden did not support us, and no, Biden did not increase funding. In fact, Biden cut funding from UNRWA, the United Nations Relief Agency for the Palestinians, right? That is our lifeline in Gaza. That is the organization that gives us our refugee status, that gives us food, that gives us medication, that gives us psychological help, psychiatric treatment from all the PTSD that we have in Gaza because of the wars that are funded by your government. No, Biden cut funding from that, and he banned UNRWA. Okay?
Why don't you want to scream bigger?
So listen.
I got you, Smoothie. Give me. So again, I completely hear what I hear what you're saying, and again, I agree with most of it. I think where there may be a disconnection is actually what the issues are in regards to Kamala Harris's campaign and then the other thing about it is, and again, this is just going to be something that's just going to be rough, but it needs to be said. Most of us Black people don't ever really feel that we've ever truly had the support of any other group besides Black people for anything, because the way you support us as a group is by vote, is by your vote, is by how you, and we've never had a group vote the same way as us. If you look at all of the data, right, when it comes to American history, there's never been a group that's voted like us. And so and this is what makes me feel also, right, It makes me feel for you. It makes me feel for everything that you're going through, Ramona, because that same isolation, right, that you feel, that isolation of, hey, this government, the United States government, what has been done to us, we feel the same. And I agree with you that we have to figure out a way to talk to each other, right?
Yeah,
Let me just hold on 1 second. I'm a little surprised. I'm surprised, Smitty, that you said that. That kind of, I'm really surprised about that, because do you think that there is any accountability though for her campaign and the way it was run? This woman added 2 neocons, Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney, to her campaign, 2 war criminals. I'm just surprised that you're saying that the only reason that she lost was because of white supremacy.
That's not what
She's
I said,
a part of the white supremacy.
That's not, no, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Okay.
I said the
Okay,
main
maybe I
issue.
misunderstood you.
I said the main issue, was white supremacy. I didn't say the only issue was white supremacy. The main issue was white supremacy.
The main issue, do you think that she benefits from white supremacy herself? She's married to a Zionist. She's a Zionist.
No, I don't.
She's married to a Zionist, Smitty.
Yeah, can I say a couple more things and drop, if that's okay? Because I
Go ahead, and then I want to let Rima.
Yeah, see, like watching you guys talk about Kamala and whether she's met. I don't want to know about U.S. politics. I'm going to be honest with you. As a non-American, I don't want to be affected by your politics. I don't want to know how her campaign was, because I don't want her to affect my life, because I don't get to influence your elections. I don't get to vote. The only people that get to vote are the Palestinians in the diaspora. That's the only people. But yeah, I'm affected by all of your votes, of course, and you're affected by the votes of every other minority and every group of people in America. I understand that. I understand the atrocities that happen to the Black people. I understood when I saw the video of George Floyd. I saw the children in the West Bank who get. I'm sure you saw the pictures. It's the same techniques. It's the same ways. It's the same people. They train each other. So I understand all these things. And of course, it's not exactly the same. Our struggles are not exactly the same, but they're not also very different in the pain and suffering. So what I'm going to say to Smoothie just before I drop, you can show me all of the funding in the world. You can show me billions of dollars that were sent by Biden to Palestine, which didn't happen. Okay, but with that said, you can't change the fact that almost every single United Nations resolution against Israel was vetoed by your government and was vetoed by your president. 3 ceasefires in the United Nations General Assembly were vetoed by the United States. UNRWA was banned by the United States for false accusations. Okay, so you don't get to tell me like what he's providing me, because he's providing me nothing except for bombs and slaughter and the murder of 45,000 Palestinians and more under the rubble. We don't want your $200 million. We don't want your money. Okay, we don't want your help. We don't want the help of the United States, not you personally, the help of the government of the United States. We don't want that. The only thing that people outside the US want in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in the Middle East, we want the United States to leave us alone. Focus on your election. I hope you elect whoever you want. Elect whoever makes you happy, whoever improves your life. But make sure that your government leaves us alone. And that's one of the main factors that causes all of this division. Is because they have so much influence over the world. The United States sent doctors to Guatemala to inoculate people in prisons with chlamydia and gonorrhea and gave them a pack of cigarettes as a reward for it. And they went back to the United States like nothing happened. And it took them decades for Obama to go on TV and say, I apologize. Your government caused so much hurt around the world, and it matters. And your hurt matters too. And that's why, I feel for you. But I think the Palestinians have the right to vote however they want to vote, and they should not be condemned for not voting for somebody that killed their families. But that said, I agree with you. Have to go.
I definitely agree. I definitely agree with you. And one thing I want to say real quick, and then I know Smoothie, you want to respond, is I wasn't disagreeing with you to be divisive. I was, saying much of what I was trying to say to you is so that the next time, Ramona, like when you're, in front of kind of what we call mixed company, that your message is completely heard. So I wasn't trying to change your message, right? The thesis of what you're saying, I was just trying to modify it a little bit so that when people hear you, they receive everything you're trying to say. That's all.
Yeah, I agree. You said it better than I did, but yeah, I agree.
All right. Go ahead, Smoothie. I know you want to respond, and then we'll go to Rima and then Mo.
Yeah, no problem. See, even with like the response that was given, didn't even address or respond to anything I said. My entire response was rooted in the fact that Doc said that, first of all, completely disregarded the contribution that Black Americans have made towards the Palestinian struggle. Even with your response saying, oh, your government has done this or that and this or that. Black Americans have been the largest proponent. Black Americans and Native Americans especially have been the largest proponents of struggle. Like, have been the largest ones struggling against the U.S. government. They've been in a constant and historical struggle with the U.S. government. The thing that you mentioned actually has been Black Americans who have first fought and advocated against them. A great, wonderful example is the Vietnam War. But we'll bring it back to the Middle East, actually. Another great example would be the Iran War. Like those specific things, the U.S. It's been Black Americans who were discussing Gaddafi. It's been Black Americans who have been discussing the issues with the Taliban. It's been Black Americans doing this, and that. And while at the end you switched it up and said, oh, they're experiencing a different kind of pain, but it's a similar struggle, you verbatim said that this is not experienced in the United States. You said that in the U.S. these are experienced. And that was absolutely crazy to me, considering that these are experiences that Black Americans have been having for decades. And that's what particularly they've been advocating against. I just don't know what that was. Whether you talk about G-side, whether you talk about that, the unalivings and the authoritarianism and colonialism, Black Americans have experienced that and struggled against it consistently. And even with your response, right, still for whatever reason, only recognizing the Palestinian struggle, and I think you mentioned Afghanistan as well, there have been other countries and other groups of people who have still consistently struggled against you. I'm not sure why at the end you said that there was a similar struggle when prior to that you said that Americans don't experience what we're experiencing in Palestine. So I'm just not sure what that was.
Are you abandoning the pro-Palestine movement?
Oh,
okay.
Absolutely not, Michelle.
I'm going to start asking. Yeah, I'm going to start.
I want to talk about what you said as well, Michelle. Because
we got other people.
Said that there's no. Wait, earlier you said that we shouldn't be arguing against each other. This is a really big issue. This is a really, really big issue right now. And people who have fought time and time again, me, for example, my mother and my grandmother have been advocating, whether it be in Senegal, whether it be in France and all these different things, they've been consistently advocating for these groups of people. And throughout that entire discussion, all we heard was, first of all, a complete lack of acknowledgement for the advocacy and the protest and whether it be the aid or anything that's been done like that from American citizens. Not even just discussing Black Americans, Native Americans especially, and a lot of Latin America has made great contributions to this. So I'm not sure why you were saying, oh, we don't want anything from you, and then you said your government at the end, but then we're saying that it was us in the beginning. We don't want anything. We just want your government to leave us alone. When historically,
hold on, Aisha. Smoothie, hold on. Who are you referring to?
Michelle, I'm talking to the person who I'm replying to.
You're talking about the lady, the Palestinian lady that just gave us her.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. Can we do a reset real quick, please?
Wait, no. The point that I'm making.
But Smoothie, Rima, hold on. Rima needs to go. Mo needs to go. I'm not trying to cut you off. I just wanted to clarify because the prompt on the screen is about should Black Americans and what we're seeing, leave the pro-Pali movement and some of the toxic stuff that we're seeing. But I agree. I hope you didn't mischaracterize my words. Again, we've had all kinds of different lives about this. Smitty's been committed to that. Other people have been committed to that. I am in no way trying to cut off one part of it. But I also think that we're kind of losing some of what the original prompt was about. And you said, and I'm glad to hear it, that you said that you don't think Black people should abandon, the Free Palestine movement. So that's good to hear.
The point that I was replying to was once again Dom especially disregarding the Black American contribution to the Palestinian movement. That was the entire point. And even I forgot her name, but she did that during her entire discussion. None of what she said, number one, advocated that the Biden administration is the savior of Palestine. And I said that last time, actually. I said this verbatim. It is just extremely, it's so disheartening for groups of people who have been protesting, advocating, and pushing for Palestinian liberation for decades, for such long times, to now hear, oh, we don't want anything from you. We don't want anything. We just want you to sit back and go ahead and vote in your election. We just don't want your government to impact us. What is that?
Let's let Rima jump in. Thank you, Smoothie. Let's let Rima jump in. We'll go to Mo, and we'll go to Tori, and then we'll reset. Go ahead, Sister Rima. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. Talk to me.
This is a difficult time for all of us, and I do mean all of us. So I just want to point out a few very important things, and one very important thing, and this is a theme that I'm kind of sensing for the last few days. As a matter of fact, the last week, I'm seeing that a lot of people are taking the liberty to speak for Palestinians. And no one has the liberty to speak for Palestinians or for Gazans in particular, except Palestinians. I would like to make that we are fully capable of speaking for ourselves. Part of supremacy, whether it is something that is not intentional, is speaking for the other party as if they were pets. And I'm not referring to anyone on this panel. I'm just talking in general from the constant rhetoric that I've been seeing lately. We do not need anyone to speak for us. We're fully capable of speaking for ourselves the same way the African American community is fully capable of defending and speaking for themselves. We're not going to play the blame game here. I am reading what you have on your back screen, brother. I understand what you're saying. I cannot answer that question for you because, again, one more time, we cannot shift the entire blame on Palestinians. If we are to say that, then we should also say, should African Americans, Black Americans leave the protest against the Cuban embargo? Should we stop protesting for indigenous people's rights? Should we stop protesting for every single marginalized group that was also on that list who also voted for Trump? 1 or 2 or 100 Palestinians who voted for Trump in diaspora does not mean that all Palestinians voted for Trump in diaspora. Just because there's some Iraqi lady in Michigan with her hijab on does not make her a Palestinian. The level of lack of knowledge that I see in the comments and just in general is astonishing to me. For the Palestinians that think, or anyone who is a pro-Palestinian that thinks that every single person has the same ideology as one person coming up and saying they're going back to their Starbucks and cheeseburgers is also crazy. Smoothie, you continue to talk about us ignoring. Again, you're speaking for us, and that is not fair, sister. It is not fair for you to speak for us because you have no idea what each and every one of us has spoke about. You have no idea of how deep we understand the solidarity of your community with ours. We are not saying we're giving you the boot, and that is why I'm here at this moment speaking to everyone. We're not saying that we're done with you. We're not saying kick rocks. What we're saying is please listen to us the same way that we're listening to you. What we're saying is that an 18-year-old girl behind her ring light does not speak for all Palestinians. The Palestinians in Gaza have made it very clear on what they want and what they do not want, although they do not wish to meddle in American politics because it does not concern them. The Palestinians in Gaza have said this: we do not support either party that is actively unaliving our people. They do not support Trump, and they did not support VP Harris. They do not support anyone who is dropping bombardment on their heads. Point blank, period. That's it. Us Palestinians in diaspora many of us did not fall for the Jill Stein scheme. I believe that this woman grabbed on to the trendiest thing that she could and tried to act like there was proximity between her and it. Us Palestinians and those of us who have a little more experience in life were fully aware of the game that she was playing. Please, please listen to us like we're listening to you. We are capable for speaking for ourselves as well, sister. All of you, please. And in the comments, please, this affects all of us. Please, please, study. Please, study. Study.
I do want to clarify at the
And then I'm
very
gonna go to Mo, and then we'll go up to Tori. Go ahead.
I do want to clarify at the very least, I was very particular about who I was speaking to. No one ever said that Palestinians collectively have felt this way. I was very explicit that it was what Dom's rhetoric made me say this. It was very explicit. And then when the other guest came up, what she said did not respond to what I said at all. None of what I said was speaking for Palestinians or claiming that this is how Palestinians have collectively acted. The issue was Dom specifically saying and disregarding this experience. I said Dom 1,000 times. I did not say
Why does she
it
have
was
to
I
respond?
mean Doc, right?
though?
Oh, Doc,
She
whatever
was
his
telling
name
her
is. Yeah, I thought it was
story.
Dom. But
Right.
Doc, this was
Yeah,
specific
she
to
was
Dom.
telling her story. Why does she have to respond to you?
Oh,
was
she said
telling
that she was
her
responding to
story.
me.
No, she wasn't responding to you, was
She
she?
did say that. She said that.
Okay, but we all got the gist of
Okay, hold on, y'all. So, let's let Smoothie finish up her comment if we can, and then let's go to Mo and Tori, okay? And then I'm going to cycle here in a second. We'll do one more round of cycling, and then we'll see where we are time wise. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And nothing that I
Maybe about
said.
30, 45 seconds if you don't
Yeah,
mind.
I'll be fast too.
Okay.
No word did I said the Palestinians should be shamed or admonished for not voting for Kamala Harris. Nowhere did I say that at all. Like, I'm just not sure where that came from, honestly. My response was specifically to Dom, specifically saying that Kamala Harris and Trump were the same, specifically disregarding Black American involvement in the Palestinian movement. That's what that was. So I'm not sure how it got twisted to now say that I said that Biden is the Palestinian savior. Not sure where that came from, honestly. Discussing that he reinstated one of the foreign aids after, once again, and then when I said, after I said that, I discussed how he's still been oppressing Palestinians. I'm not sure where that came from, honestly. So maybe there's just some confusion with that. I don't know.
Okay, you guys in the comments. Oh Lordy. All right. Let me go to Mo, and then we're gonna go to Tori.
Hey, what's up, guys?
because I'm about to go down, because I gotta, yeah. I just want to say this one little part. I think the biggest issue out of everything that I've learned through this is the fact that I've been a Democrat since Bill Clinton, and I think that the biggest issue is the Democratic Party did not listen to us, and it's because she was speaking. And so that's all I got.
Okay.
Y'all have a nice evening.
All right. Thank you.
God bless.
All right. Take care, Aisha. All right. Let's go to go ahead, Mo. Go over.
My bad. Thank you again, everybody. I'm going to preface this by saying I don't represent all Palestinians. I'm just going to speak on behalf of my dead family members, okay? So as many of you know, on August, at that time, I had 122 family members that were exterminated and ethnically cleansed through a genocide of Israeli aggression. It was ironic that at that same time, at the Democratic National Convention, as I was getting the list that was sent to me, I actually saw at the Democratic National Convention in that same month of August a group of people exiting, a multitude of people, black, white, males, females, covering their ears, singing and laughing, trying to avoid the names of the Palestinians who were being called that were deceased. It was also at that same time, in that same month, that the only and first Muslim candidate that had actually won was denied entry to speak at that convention. So for me, there was no way in hell I was ever going to roll with the Democratic Party. Now, if that means I'm not a good ally to the black community, and that's your litmus for judging me, then that's not a good litmus. Because anyone that knows me knows that I put in the work and the effort to learn both the history, the good, bad, the beautiful, and the ugly. And I've always drawn that symmetry and that parallel to educate people on the plights of the Palestinians in order to show people that the colonizing tactics didn't change. They just changed their targets. And unfortunately, for a lot of people, both in the indigenous community, the Hispanic community, the Asian community, and the black community, the first time of hearing about Palestine is October the 7th. And so for the first time, that was an opportunity where we forged this kind of relationship where 2 different, 3 different, 4, 5, 6 different communities actually came together and started saying, you too? Me too. And then we forged this amazing relationship. But the problem was, as I was taught through this panel with some of the most amazing people that I heard speak on this panel, that racism is a system that is designed to benefit a designated group of people to the detriment of others. And so collectively, we are all working within a system that wasn't even designed for us. And we're all stuck trying to figure out how to maneuver and make the best choices possible. So the pitfall that we are in right now, the harm that has come to our community isn't even our fault. We are sitting here looking at life through 2 different sets of glasses. I have my Palestinian lenses on and I can see things a certain way, and you have American glasses on, whether you be American Hispanic or American black person or American Asian person. You can see your life a certain way. The problem is we tried to align that vision, and a year ain't enough time to do it. So for people to get upset at us, and I think it's quite clear, I can't vote for a party that I know is in power as my family is being killed. I can't do that. And I wasn't alone in that. I can name you 26 families just between New York and New Jersey alone who are also the victims of the same thing. So you can't hold us accountable to our personal experiences. Now, me personally, I didn't vote for the red team. I don't believe in that. And I actually am shocked at some of the people that did, honestly. I'm hurt, actually, because this is the same dude that had Rudy Giuliani, who not only kicked out Yasser Arafat when Yasser Arafat was a dignitary, a recognized international dignitary, but also called Palestinian kids a terrorist at the age of 2. This was also the same mayor that instituted stop and frisk. This is the same mayor that was harming Asian Americans. This was the same mayor that was trying his hardest to utilize city resources to get rid of migrants. So I'm not okay with the red team. So let me make that clear. But I personally did go third party because I needed to not vote the lesser of 2 evils in my eyes. I voted for what I viewed as not evil. Now, I'm not ignorant. I understand that a third party isn't going to win. I get that. But I also understand that my vote matters. And I wanted those votes to get put somewhere where someone's going to look at that and analyze that data at some point in time and say, how did we lose that vote? Why didn't we get those votes? That's all I want to say. And what I would like to also, last thought I want to leave everybody with is this. We have 4 years that we're going to have to get through together collectively. Collectively, we're going to have to get through this collectively, because what we do recognize as the person that is currently going to take that office in January, he already had instituted a Muslim ban. He already was responsible for starving 1.1 million Yemenis. He was already responsible for continuing the harm towards the Syrians. He was already responsible for harm here in this country. Let's not forget what he did here to people of color and the migrant community. Had people getting thrown out of their country He just got rid of the parole at home program. The federal judge is comfortable now getting rid of the parole at home program because he knows Trump ain't gonna do nothing with it. So rather than pick at each other and fight, we have 4 years to get it together, to figure out how to align and do what we need to do, because we only had 1 year to learn about each other. And I want to just extend this message to my Palestinian counterparts. We need to educate ourselves. So many of us were miseducated and undereducated in the political arena. So miseducated and undereducated in the political arena that it cost us, this community, with all the debating and arguing we did, but we didn't know how to take it to the real world and educate our family and friends. All of this debating we do, all this conversing, all this yipping and yapping, all this yelling at each other, but we didn't go into our places of worship, our community centers, and we didn't educate them. That's all I got.
All right. Thank you, Mo. Appreciate that. Let me go to Tori. Tori, your opening comment. We're going to bring it to, if you want to respond to something that Mo said or anybody else on the panel, or if you want to talk about the topic. Either way, we're good. And then we'll go to Tay, and then we'll see where we are time-wise, y'all. Appreciate the support. This is an extremely, extremely difficult subject. And so I appreciate all of y'all hanging in there and showing the love like y'all always do. I know there's been some comments that have been problematic. Yeah, but again, I think this is a very important discussion we need to have. A lot of people are asking themselves this question. And so we need to address it through education and through facts and through love, mutual love. Go ahead, Tori.
Yes, 100%. I was just going to say the same thing. This is a question that I actually just made a TikTok about literally a couple of minutes ago. So really appreciate you having this conversation. I think it's really important to hold space in each other and be able to talk out these issues. I think I understand things from a lot of perspectives. You know, I've been continued advocate for Palestine, been continually involved in the movement throughout my college experience and everything. I definitely understand from, on one hand, the feelings from the Black community of feeling a lack of support and frustration, specifically from a lot of Palestine organizers that were shaming people for potentially voting for Kamala Harris and kind of discouraging people from making that choice. However, the Palestinian people who are being affected by this are completely separate from those organizers, and we shouldn't divert our support or stop our support of Palestine just because of our contentions and our issues with those specific organizers. I also think that it's also completely understandable why people, Palestinians, would not vote for Trump or Kamala Harris in light of the fact that they are both complicit in genocide. And I don't think that that's something that should be shamed at all either. I'm not saying that anybody is specifically doing that, but and I totally understand the feelings of frustration and anger and feeling overwhelmed by the results of the election. It's something that I've totally 100% be feeling, and the need to potentially channel our energy otherwise and focus on the issues that we're about to have to face within the next 4 years, and channeling our energy into the Black community and community building and all of those things. But at the same time, I would also encourage that Black Americans continue to support Palestine if they do have the capacity. I understand having to take space and having to take time off. But if we are able to continue to support, I think that's very important. And I guess something that I have been really frustrated with is a little bit of the rhetoric online of people saying, oh, now I'm going to go to Starbucks, I'm going to go to McDonald's. I can understand you not wanting to invest energy into supporting Palestine, but I think it's absolutely unacceptable to now say okay, now I'm going to support these clearly BDS-less organizations and things like that and work against the movement. So yeah, I think it's one thing to have to take a step back, have to focus energy in the Black community and not have the capacity to continue to prioritize Palestine. But I think 100% we should not be backtracking and undoing the work of the movement through supporting these Zionist organizations. And so, yeah, I think, kind of just to close off, I think a lot of Black people would probably appreciate getting some kind of resolution from those organizers to apologize for, but I doubt that's going to happen. And I don't think that's what we need. I think at this point, what we really need is to come together and realize that the only way that we're going to survive these next 4 years is if we are in this together, and if we, stop pointing fingers at what the clear things happened in the past that were bad, from those organizers that were shaming people and who could discourage people from voting. But at the end of the day, like, the only way that we are going to survive these next 4 years is if we come together. And if it's, whether it's creating Black contingents and Black organizing groups, that can be one way. And then also having support from wider movement and wider people that are in support of Palestine and in support of human rights within this country. So that's basically what I had to say. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Tori. I'm gonna let you go. Thank you for coming in. We're gonna go to Tay. Tay, your opening comment. Fam, been a long time. How are you?
Hi, good morning from Austria. It's 3:45 in the morning, but I've been listening to the discussion. I'm originally from Atlanta, and I voted overseas, and I just got the email that my vote was just counted in Atlanta, so I'm glad at least it was counted, although it didn't really do much. But I wanted to state first that I did vote for Kamala Harris, but strictly as a harm reduction strategy. And the people that I hold accountable for Trump winning is people who voted for him. I think, to be clear, I do think it's a bit ridiculous to me statistically, first morally and statistically, to blame Palestinians. Ramona really came up here and made a very good point that 0.05% of the population in the US are Palestinian people. And if we're even looking at the statistics of the outcome of the election with the third-party votes, even if every third-party vote was counted, including the right-wing third-party votes, that still would not have been enough for Kamala Harris to win. And so I think statistically, and what you said to me, I fully agree that the major factor in this election was white supremacy, was misogyny. Because at the end of the day, the fact that someone like Donald Trump can get elected in the first place is white supremacy, period, point blank. If this country was actually anti-racist, someone like Donald Trump would not even be a viable candidate. So we need to remind ourselves of where we are. And I think there's also something to be learned from Palestinians and learned from the Arab community, actually, and also listening to our contemporaries in our own community, like Kwame Ture, who says that we should not just be giving our vote away. I don't understand why people believe that voting Democrat solely is what's going to liberate us. For us, it is very much, for me, it was very much I'm choosing my opponent. Who do I want to fight with right now? But I know for a fact Kamala Harris is not going to deliver Black liberation. She even refused to state that she had a plan specifically for Black people. And I think we need to be very, very clear on that, right? So honestly, I am disappointed. I was disheartened. I did cry. All of these things. I was very frustrated with Trump voters. And I am very frustrated that people consistently vote against their own interests, looking at the statistics of who is voting for Trump and what other communities have in mass, like you said, the frustration of people not voting, similar to our communities, to protect our fundamental and basic rights, right? I think that's a huge problem. But at the end of the day, we know what country we live in. I'm needing people to read up on the history of this country. This should not be a shock to anybody. This should not be a shock. No. And we need to really, really, really band together and do exactly what Mo was saying, what you've been saying, what other people on the panel have been saying, is focusing on how do we get out of the system? Why do we even have to have these options in the first place? And we really need to really come together and put our brains together and continue to support one another. But that's how I personally feel. So.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you for that, Tay. We're going to close with Jamal. I'm sorry. My daughter had an allergic reaction. If there's one of y'all in the medical field, if y'all could DM me, I might have to go to the hospital. So Jamal, we'll close it out with you, brother.
A pleasure and a privilege to close this out. And Smitty, or Smatty, whichever one you'd like me to call you today. I hope your daughter's okay. I really do. This is what I'm going to say, and I have listened to this live on and off for a little while. Nichelle, I'm talking to you, and I'm talking to other Black women in this moment. I heard you about 45 minutes ago say, I do not feel heard. And there was silence. People did not respond to you. And it breaks my heart completely. I hear you. And for every other Black woman on here, I hear you. Period. Hard stop. I hear you. You have a right, as does every Black woman, to the emotions that they are feeling in this moment. I don't care how people feel about those emotions, but you are entitled to those emotions. That's a non-negotiable for me. Black women have held the hope and horror of this world for so long and done so much that I find it odd that you saying that could not be heard. Second point, the election is over. You can talk about Kamala Harris all day long. The election is over. The decision has been made. We don't, negotiating if it's good or bad in this moment doesn't matter because the decision has been made. And on January 20th, we will know very clearly who and how the next president will operate. And it's going to be a lesson. I said this earlier, as my grandmother would say, some people have to touch the pot to know that it's hot. And we will find out how hot that pot is. But to the extent that some of you have gloated in the chat, one way or another, some saying Starbucks, others saying Kamala was this, Kamala was that, good luck, the people that I've seen gloating about, I wanted to destabilize your country, all of that doesn't lead us anywhere. It just causes us frustration. And so to the extent that in this moment, I am going to stand by and let people emotion police Black women, just not going to happen. Now, Smitty, I know you got to go take care of your daughter, brother. I wish you the best.
I'm sorry, I got to end it early. I think, by the way, I think she's stable now, but I'm just trying to figure out if I still need to take her to get checked out. I think it was something that happened a little bit earlier, so I literally just found out. So I appreciate it, and thank y'all for the prayers. I want to have this discussion. It was super important, but I'm gonna run, y'all. Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all being here.
Thank you, Smitty.
Absolutely appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
I think I had an allergic reaction. But then when I talked to her, she said, oh, it felt like an allergic because she swallowed some ice. She had me stressed, y'all. Oh, she had me stressed. But it was a miscommunication, y'all. She's fine. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for all the support. I got tons of DMs checking in on me. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. We're going to bring the equal up here in a second. Stay patient with me. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Yeah, she's doing well. So hopefully y'all can see the question. It got a little larger on my screen. How did Trump get so many women and Latin Hispanic voters? Taz, what's going on? All right, let's bring the equal up. Kick said this one's going to be rough. Well, we got to have them difficult discussions.
What's up, Smitty?
What's going on, fam? How are you?
I'm great, man. How are you? You know, I'm also in SoCal, bro. We might be like, I might need to go outside. You might be my next door neighbor.
Let me know. DM me, man.
You know, but listen, man.
Oh, I lost you, equal. Can y'all hear equal, or is it just me? I can't hear you, bro. Here we go, Ben. You know how we like to ask them. Hold on, equal. Okay, we're gonna bring you back, brother. All right. So again, request ideally if you're a woman or Latino voter. I know, Christina. I don't know what happened. TikTok does these things sometimes. It fit perfectly when I started the live, and then now it messes up. So how did Trump get so many Latin Hispanic voters to vote for him? That's what I want to know. Okay, we're going to bring up Pally Pride. So again, if you're a Trump voter, and I'm talking about as a percentage, y'all. Go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead, Pally
sorry,
Pride.
I misunderstood when you said if you wanted women to come up. I'm not a Trump voter. Hell no, would I ever?
It's okay.
Yeah,
So long
I would
as you
never.
have a theory on why he got so many of those voters.
I think it's purely based on the economy. They sold this idea falsely because we know the economy is reactive. We know it doesn't bounce back right away from like whatever policies the president implemented. And if anything, I think my theory, I'm not an economist, but my theory is that and as much as I hate Biden, I think some of what was happening during his presidency was bounce back from a Trump presidency, right? His economic policies. And that's why we were seeing some of the stuff we were seeing with inflation. I don't think Biden and Harris showed enough care to the American people in regards to the economy. You know, it's not a good look when we're sending billions to boom a country that's a small strip of land that's smaller than Cuyahoga County, that's got 2 million people. Meanwhile, Americans are worried about grocery bills and how they're going to afford their medication. And so my theory is it's purely based on economy, because I heard people saying, well, I had more money in my pocket under a Trump presidency. And unfortunately, people are selfish and greedy. You know, I'm not trying to dismiss their concerns. There are valid concerns. I'm not trying to be dismissive. But at the end of the day, I will never sell out the change in my pocket for the rights of other people. So I just find that indefensible.
Okay. All right. Thank you, fam. Marielle, as a Latina, why do you think Trump got so many Latin voters? Again, we're talking about as a percentage, by the way, right? As a percentage of that population. Go ahead, Marielle. What are your thoughts?
Don't I tell you this was going to happen? Can you give me some credit that I highly predicted to the dot this meeting? Like, I have been saying this for months. The Latinx community, the Latino community, own a huge apology to the Black community. And I think if ever we tried to hide it before, is no way to hide it now. I don't think it was an economic issue. Paloma Ramos, who is the daughter of Jorge Ramos, who is a very famous, well-known newscaster for many years, have a beautiful article about the consequence of evangelical churches in the Hispanic community, how we thought was a thing of the past, and how, in fact, they are growing more than anything. And she also published recently here in TikTok an article about how the hyper wokeness of the word Latinx is a beautiful reflection of why we ended up with Latino men voting for Trump. I will say I do for living. I study the Latinx community for living. That's how I pay my bills. There are things that we need to know. The biggest generational gap ever documented in history is in the Latinx household right now. And when we say generational gap, it's like how different your parents' behavior are from your parents. And every generation has some of that. The Latinx community have the wider ones. The Latinx community is like two universes in one under the same roof, and literally under the same roof, because multi-generational households still such a big trend in our families. So is everybody think that they have an interesting Thanksgiving? Latino families have their Thanksgiving dinners in between ourselves. Of course, I think economic is an easy way to put everything and like literally a blank check, pun intended, to blame into this. But I think racism, colorism, approximation to whiteness have much more to do with the Latino vote than anything else.
So explain that. So let's dive into that piece of it real quick, Marielle. Explain why you think racism and colorism would have a Latino voter vote for Trump specifically.
We want to believe the super hyper left want to believe that all liberation is the same liberation. You want to believe that anyone who is in the struggle for liberation can see each other and can understand each other. And that's just not true. That's absolutely not true. The Hispanic community have always shown that at the moment that their feet get dry, and that's an analogy for people who cross the oceans or cross the river, they're not looking back. The distance that they have to put in between themselves and who they were is so vast, is so cruel. The level of assimilation is so fast. We are the first culture who lose language in the same generation. For example, Asian culture, which is the top of language acquisition, is 8, 9 generations, and they still have their primary language, whatever they come from with it. In the Hispanic culture, it just takes 1 generation to do Spanish. So the painful levels of assimilation that we have is immense. You can make the argument that these come from colonial times where literally it was charged of mestizos. Every ounce of whiteness will put you in a different social economic class. That's true. That's very well documented. That's where we learned this behavior from. But we have now separated ourselves from that. The whole idea of improving la raza, marrying white, adding whiteness to the bloodline is a legit kitchen table conversation in a lot of Hispanic households today.
Yeah, and just to your point, I dance salsa, so I'm in the Latin community. Like, I just came back from Havana, Cuba, with a very good Mexican friend of mine, and so I've heard these conversations myself personally. And like you said, the proximity to white, is very much a top tier priority, and so it actually goes to what I was saying initially in the comments, Smitty, is that. Validation equals value or being valued. Okay. And so what that means is that internally, we all need to feel valued and we all need to experience value. When you talk about, when you talk about safety, when you talk about love, when you talk about connection, these are all value lived experiences. Okay. These are experiences that pour value into our lives. These are experiences that benefit us. And so, when you align yourself, when you don't have a voice in your own life or as much of a voice in your own life and in your own lived experience, then in a situation like this and in a moment like this, you have an opportunity to align yourself with someone, and then that person becomes your voice. That person becomes your ability to be seen. That person, Trump, becomes your ability to be heard. That person becomes your ability to be valid in this moment, and to like him, or you perceive yourself as such, like him, to be able to stand on a global stage and to be express. And so much like a soccer team, and people cheer. Why do they cheer and celebrate this soccer team? Well, it's because you basically you're supporting a team that won the championship, but they won the championship, not you. But again, because people need to feel validated and they need to feel valued, then when you win by proximity, you experience it as if the win is your own. And so again, that's what I mean by validation equals value. And so when people don't feel value internally, then they will begin to seek it outside of themselves. They will begin to seek validation exterior to themselves.
Got you, fam. Yeah. Thank you for that, bro. Thank you. We're gonna go to tailpipe, and then first round we'll talk about the Latino voters. And then the second round, we'll talk about women. And I see some folks saying, hey, the results have not come in fully, which is true, but a lot of the data we're getting from exit polling, right, and surveys as well, which are, which you can reasonably extrapolate, okay, that, there were a high amount of women and a high amount of percentage-wise, Latino and Hispanic voters that voted for Trump, right? That's, again, we don't know the exact numbers, but we know that there was a much higher than what folks expected. We'll go to tailpipe, TJ, and then we'll go to Manny. Go ahead, fam. How are you?
Hey, Smitty, what's going on? So what Marieli said, Marieli Valissimo, it was literally perfect what she just said. Every single bit of what she highlighted. When, for example, when you removing the segment of Latino women, just put it as women in general. When women choose a suitor or anything, for the most part, sometimes it tends to be an emotional decision. In the polling that we were doing, we were in Detroit and we were in Milwaukee, right? When you look at the actual data of, again, just women in general, they pick somebody based off of physical, emotional, and financial security. Let's assume that Trump doesn't offer the emotional security. He definitely gave them the feeling of financial security when he was in office, and he's speaking to their language of what they want to project into the future. From a physical security standpoint and their defense, they know that Trump, he is big on policing, he is big on the defense of this country, et cetera, and the defense of the borders. So even if you break it down in math terms, 2/3 or 66% of what they want is being achieved in this one candidate. So they're most likely to vote for him. The 1/3, 33%, they're like, okay, you know what? His emotional, he's definitely an asshole. He tends to not say things politely. We don't like that. But 66%, the plurality of what they want is there. When you look at Latino women, and I speak as somebody who's from the community, they literally are a conservative demographic of people. When you add in the pro-life, when you add in all of the other aspects, they tend to skew more Republican than Democrat. That's not my opinion. That's just a cultural fact within our community, for the most part. When you take into the fact that the majority of these women, again, not Latino women, just majority of these women, when you look at the candidacy of Trump, one of the key things when you look at the data, suburban moms specifically, he won that vote. The reason he won that vote is because of RFK. People want to dismiss it, but the fact with RFK and the fact that he's literally taking on and talking about kitchen table issues, the food you feed your children, the fact that they're poisoning your kids with the food system. This is one of the things at a marketing level that made women and people overwhelmingly vote for Trump.
So let me ask you, let me jump in real quick, Tailpipe, and then I'm going to go to TJ and then we'll go to Manny. So talk to me about the trend, though, right? From the perspective of women overwhelmingly voted for Obama and the Latino community also, both in 2008 and 2012. Why now, only 12 years later, was there such a shift, do you think? And then we'll go up to TJ and then Manny.
That's remarkably an easy answer. You have a candidate in Joe Biden that, without a doubt, I don't care if you like him, I don't care if you dislike him. Just looking at it from an objective standpoint, you have a candidate that was thrust on you. He doesn't know what day of the week it is. Why would they vote for him again? They look at what he has done, in the optics of what he has done. I won't say what he has done because that dismisses all of the good that he did do. They look at the optics of how he is. They're not going to vote for that in place of Trump. They look at the female, the first black woman, who you and I both know there's colorism there as it is. Mm-hmm. They're definitely, that already puts you behind the 8 ball. The fact that she was a candidate that was thrust on them within the 100 days, which again, she was already at a strategic disadvantage there. They look at the way that she was marketed. They look at the way that she spoke to people. They fundamentally rebuked her for a various number of reasons, which are all probably valid, but they did not want her. They did not want the Democratic Party the Democratic person that they thrust on them. Forget the nominee, because she didn't go through a primary process. They rebuked that. And then again, the feeling, Smitty, to close it off, it doesn't matter if she did everything right. It doesn't matter if Joe Biden did everything right. The feeling is what people voted off. They felt like Trump would be better because they remember how it was under him. They didn't see people getting the KKK in front of their doorstep. They didn't see that under Trump. So you can call him hyperbolic, you can call him a racist, you can call him all of these things, but they didn't see that and they didn't feel that. So you can't fault them for voting how they did.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Tailpipe. Let me go to TJ, and then we'll go to Manny. TJ, why do you think Trump got so many women and Latino voters?
Smitty. Let's be honest here. They didn't. I'm gonna scream this from the top of my lungs until the day I die. They didn't want to see a black woman president. Period. They and I think someone put it masterfully. We idolize when the choice between white supremacy and actually progression. America, no matter where you are, even people in our community, I'd rather choose white supremacy. Do you understand what that? Do you understand what I'm saying? It's we're under this spell, and people are trying to give us this other. Well, it's because she was this, she was that. We all know what the deal was. During this campaign, her blackness was questioned. I'm trying to say that her likeness to her policies were never questioned. Not really. There's always something. It's always something else with Kamala. It's always something else. It was always, well, she doesn't appeal to men correctly, but it's always something else. And at the end of the day, we all know this to be true. And either if we want to play along with the little semantics, that's fine. But at the end of the day, we all know that this black woman was going up. It was already uphill in the first place. And the fact that we are sitting here dancing around it, the true fact is that this black woman was actually set to the side. It said, you know what? I'd rather vote for somebody who I feel is going to put quote unquote money in my pocket.
Let me just jump in real quick. Creative Sunshine says she didn't connect with the Latino voter. What do you think about that? And then I'll ask Manny the same question.
I don't understand how she did not connect with. I mean, again, the Latino voter had, we were. I'm trying to slow down. Is this the same voters that were sat there and days before the election heard a comedian trash a Latin territory that was actually U.S. territory called Puerto Rico? And then is this the same people that also don't? It's funny how we don't remember the fact that he called Mexicans rapists and murderers. You know what I'm saying? It's funny how we forget all that. But I'm gonna vote for him anyway because what?
Smitty, TJ, I don't disagree with you. Smitty, can I just respond to that real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, and then we'll go to Manny. Go ahead.
I hear everything that Smitty's saying. TJ's saying, excuse me. I'm telling you this from somebody who was actually on the ground listening to these people. So let's remove all white people.
I will not
white
remove
passing.
anything, sir. Don't do that. Sorry, don't do that. You see, I'm not like these typical other people that let's remove all this. I'm a black man in America. I can't remove my blackness. So try that with somebody else, sir.
I'm not. So
yes, you are. You're trying to say let's remove. No, don't do that with me. I'm not that. I'm not the one, the two, nor the three. Try that with somebody else, sir.
So that's not what I was saying at all, but you can make that assumption if you want. What I'm saying is, let's
I've heard you speak before. I know what your game is. I don't play that game, sir. So you may continue now.
Okay, so Smitty, let's remove all the white people from the election, right? He won greater proportions than he did last time with people of color. So we could sit here and ignorantly say all of these people are just stupid and they want to align with white supremacy. and you will lose the next election, guaranteed. That's not what the data shows. That's not what the voters are saying. It's just fundamentally, I'm talking. I didn't interrupt you. I let you speak. I let you speak. I didn't interrupt you. So I'm not the 1, 2, 3, or the 0.
I'm going to let you finish.
So, Smitty, that's not what the facts are saying. So I understand why the inference wants to be made to say these things. Is it accurate? Yes, it is. But at scale, is it accurate? No, it's not. It is fundamentally not. Because in place of all of his coochie grabbing, deporting in chief rhetoric that he has, they still voted for him in place of your candidate. So at that point in time, it's beholden on us to look at the candidate that's losing and say, well, wait a second, what's wrong with her? And the answer to that can't just be, it's because she's the first Black woman. Because it doesn't make sense. Because within the Democratic Party base, when you look at the voter base, when you look at people like Nina Turner, for example, when you look at how Nina Turner polls, and this is not my opinion, this is their own data at the DCCC. When you look at how Nina Turner polls within the white community of Ohio, she excels. Why does she excel? Because she talks to them within their class-specific nature. So the immaturity of like making those noises, it's.
Hold on, y'all. Let's let Tailpipe finish, and then I'm gonna go to Manny, and then we'll continue the discussion, y'all.
So when you look at Nina Turner and how she polls, she exceedingly does well within the white community. When you look at people like when she was a part of it, Tulsi Gabbard, when she was a Democrat, she exceedingly polled good, not only within the Democratic base, but also within the Republican base. There is a reason for that. And it can't always be that it's because these women are women of color that somebody doesn't like them. The candidate was rebuked in this case. And again, I'm saying this as somebody who worked within her campaign. I don't agree with her, but I still supported her. So this notion that she just won or she lost because of that, Smitty, it's not the right way to look at it. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it's not the right way. It doesn't give you the full picture.
It's me, and like I said,
go ahead, TJ, and then I want to go to Manny. Go ahead,
and
TJ.
like I said, Smitty, anybody who believes that pile of garbage he just spewed out is really don't know what the hell they're talking about. Because I've also been on the ground. I'm on the ground daily due to my job. And when I talk to people, especially people of the Latin community, which I have talked to, the one thing that they were voting for her is because the fact that President-elect now was a piece of trash that trashed their community constantly. If you really look at the polls that said Latino men got him over the top in their community because they overwhelmingly voted for him. Why is that? Because we all know that the Latino men are naturally conservative, naturally misogynistic. And the fact that we're sitting around here pretending like this is not the fact and culturally is amazing to me, especially when I know because I have Latino people in my family. So you're not the only one with Latin people in your family, sir. So before you start spewing the stuff you're spewing, check who you're talking to. And I'll end with that, sir.
All right, thank you, TJ. Appreciate you, fam. Let me go to Manny. Manny, your thoughts? Why? Let me repeat the caption. I don't know why it got enlarged on the live, but it says, "How did Trump get so many women and Latin Hispanic voters in this election?" Why do you think that's the case, Manny? And then I do want to start to talk about women voters. Zam, as always, fam, you're a superstar. Thank you, fam. Go ahead.
I'm going to drop to make space for somebody else.
All right, thanks, Dave, for coming up.
Well, so thank you.
Go ahead, Manny.
Thank you so much for having me up here. I've actually been looking at the exit polls all morning because I just kind of got a spiral into it. I'm not sure if you all remember Modern Warrior. He made a video questioning the indigenous vote. Apparently there was a high number. And so the way he analyzed it is the way I started analyzing the Latino vote. Now, by no means am I sticking up for the Latino. I'm very curious to know. I have no loyalty to the Latino community, even though I am, specifically because I was always othered growing up as a non-Latino because I appear Middle Eastern. So, I'm really coming at this with an objective or viewpoint, trying to understand. I looked at the polls, and I'm having a bit of a hang-up. And if anybody understands statistics, by all means, I'm open to being informed and corrected. But whenever we look at the exit polls, they only polled 10 states. Of those 10 states, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and damn it, there was one more I forgot. Those 4 states, when you look at the sex by race, there is not enough data. And it says it's grayed out, not enough data to contribute. And so I'm questioning, it's like, okay, so whoever conducted this, NBC conducted this exit poll, they're now basing the population of 50 states. They didn't include New York, they didn't include California or New Jersey, 3 large significant voter pools of Latino votes. But these, Georgia was the 4th one. They've now reduced it to 10 states to poll. And with the Latinos specifically, they've now reduced it to 6 states. 6 states to speak for the entire nation that we are overwhelmingly supporting Trump doesn't sound right. And so
let me jump in though, Manny, because here's where I would kind of contradict what you're saying. And I'm sorry about the title, you guys. I don't know why it enlarged. It was perfect for the first 5 minutes of the live, and then something happened. The title is, how did Trump get so many women and Latin Hispanic voters? But here's where I would challenge that. One is there was specific exit polling data in Florida. And Florida historically has been very conservative, very much, Trump central. And Trump ran up his election margin of victory very highly in Florida. I think he won by 13, 14 points there, right? And then if you look at Texas, many of the counties that are heavily Latino counties, he won by much higher margins this time in Texas than he did, 4 years ago, against Biden when he lost 4 years ago. So there's definitely something to it. Now, I hear what you're saying, right? In one specific poll, maybe they didn't get a good cross section of the different, groups that make up Latino voters, right? And I'm with you on that. But there's definitely something here.
I do agree that in those states, I do agree that in those states I'm looking at Florida right now, Latinos made up 24% of people who were polled. And then in Texas, Texas really flipped in certain counties. But overall, same thing for Texas is 26%. What I'm saying is, it's like, it doesn't sound fair to not include the states that have a large pool of Latino voters, including New York, New Jersey, California. I can't remember the other ones. They're a significant number of states, and to reduce it down to 6 specific states and gauge it based on the entire 50, I'm not holding this for the value the shock value that it is on the surface.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that, Manny. Let me go to Black Historian, and then we'll get some comments down from Pally Pride. And I do want to get some folks that did vote for Donald Trump, especially if you're a woman or a Latino voter that voted for Donald Trump. I want to get you up here to you be the best panelist in some ways, because you can explain why you voted for Donald Trump. What, Black Historian? How you doing, fam?
I'm not okay. To say the least. I expected white women to do what they was gonna do, but I didn't expect Latino people to do what they did. Especially, well, you know what? I kind of do, because Latino men have this machismo about them, where some of them don't think that women should be in power or say anything over them. But for him to come up here and spew some of the words that he was saying, like rebuke, like she was a demon. And Donald Trump didn't follow the primaries in the Republican Party either. He didn't follow the rules, so he was thrust upon the Republican Party. He was supposed to participate in debates. They didn't have any debates. He was always running for president. Why? Because he wanted to stay out of freaking jail. And it seems like some of these people, they never hear the degradation and the racism that's toward them. He's talked about them so bad but yet they still went out and voted for him because why? Most Latino people that come over here, they want to assimilate to whiteness, and they do, and we can't do that. Black people cannot do that. They didn't vote for they didn't vote for her because she was black. And black women will tell you that anytime we go for a promotion, most of the time we don't get it. We can be the most qualified, the most educated, and we still won't get it. And Kamala proved that. That is what we go through. That is what I have gone through. That is what my cousins have gone through. So don't sit here and tell us it was because she was a black woman. You couldn't hear me? So I mean, that's stuff that he was shooting up over here, talking about. They rebuked her and she was thrust upon us. Maybe we didn't like the way that she did it, but when she came out, she had 107 days to run. She did what she was supposed to do. She's had her policies out. This dude ain't spewed nothing but hatred, rhetoric, and maybe because y'all American people are used to that. They resonate with hate. But you'd rather kick down the door than come to a woman who's giving you the table with open arms and say, hey, I'm going to listen to you. But no, y'all chose the orange, they chose the mango Mussolini.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Black Historian, for that. Let me go to Pally Pride. Pally Pride, anything else you want to say? I do want to rebalance the panel, get some women to get some more up there as well.
Yeah, that's no problem. I was actually waiting to say goodbye because I got to step down anyway. Mm-hmm. I just came up to check on you, make sure you were okay. It's been a while since I talked to you, especially since this election. I know this topic is about specifically Latino women and why they voted for Trump at this point in time, but since I'm leaving, I would just like to take this opportunity to speak to the white lady feminists, because I've been seeing a lot of like, oh, woe is me, oh, woe is... Okay, have your moment to mourn. Stop putting the burden on women of color to educate you on how to fight back. We've been through this before. You guys should have already learned how to fight back instead of being complacent during a Biden presidency, and suddenly y'all aren't marching in the streets for BLM anymore, even though we did see Sonia Massey get freaking massacred on live TV. Not live TV, but you know what I mean. On TV. They sit back as women abroad are getting massacred with the Sudanese women and the Palestinian women with our tax dollars, you know? So this complacency that y'all had for the past 4 years and this anger that you're feeling now, why didn't you feel the anger for the past 4 years? Why do you only feel it when it's someone cartoonishly evil that's in office, when you specifically are being threatened? So be a better ally. Stop asking us how to fight back. Stop crying all the damn time and start fighting back. Please and thank you. Sorry.
Right. No, you got Pally Pride. Thank you, fam.
Good one, y'all. Black Historian Tailpipe. Love you guys. Take care.
All right.
Thank you, Pally Pride. I'm going to drop too. I'm getting ready to drop.
Go ahead. You want to say something else, Black Historian? Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm going to say, we're done helping you. Whatever fight y'all got to fight, y'all going to have to do it on your own, because we're not teaching you anymore. Y'all not even welcome in my life. Those little tears y'all cry, keep them. We don't want them. Don't come to us trauma dumping on us, saying, oh, we should have did this, we should have did that. You wasn't gonna do nothing but play in our faces and go in the booth and vote with your husband because you're too scared of him and you didn't want to lose your financial security. F y'all. I don't want it. I don't want to hear it. We're not doing anything for y'all.
Okay.
So thank you.
Smitty, I'm gonna drop as well, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna drop.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Let's Black Storm, when you're done. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I just said thank you, TJ, for putting Tailpipe in check. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. He was a sellout anyway. We know how they get act. Here's my thing, and I'm gonna put it like this. Karma is she is a very violent person. And when she rears her ugly head, and all of y'all that thought you was safe because you voted for the orange Cheeto, You remember this day. You remember the time you were in that voting booth, vote for Trump when all these things come to pass. And one more thing, I'm a black man. I am not BIPOC. I am not a person of color. I'm a black man. Because I don't want to be associated with the BIPOC moniker, because it seems like every time we use that word, the B in BIPOC seems to get stabbed in the back the most. So please do not associate me as a BIPOC member. I'm a black man, part of the black community, and I'm gonna stay black until I die. Thank you, Smith, for having me up, brother.
All right, TJ. Yeah, be safe, brother. All right. We're gonna let TJ go. Again, I do want to try to get so either women or Latino, Hispanic people who voted for Trump, or we can't get that, women or Latino, Hispanic folks overall who can answer this question. And the question, I apologize for the headline being cut off. It says, how did Trump get so many women and Latino, Hispanic voters in this election? So basically, that is the question.
I will drop off too, so you have more time now. My closing remarks is the same way that we just hear a black man separating himself from BIPOC term. If we understand what the Latinx term have done to the Latino men, we will understand why they vote for Trump. I do not vote for Trump. Let's make that very clear. I'm a Zionist. I will never vote for Trump. My community do not vote for Trump at large. I just say, if we play the exercise of devil advocacy here, the Latino man is the most entrepreneur minority ever. The Latino men will open their own business so quickly that normally white employees are scared when they learn his skills, because they know they cannot retain them, because they know that in the minute they have the slightly opportunity to go in their own, they will. Latino men are the fastest home buyers in this country. Nobody have the sense of this American home dream more intense than Latino men. Latino men often are sustaining more than one household in multiple countries. So when we want to put the economics on the Latino man, it's not the economics because I just want to get more wealthy. It's the economics because my whole identity is attached to it. And now you have the super left telling me that I'm not even Latino, that I have to call myself Latinx, that everything about me and my culture and my masculinity is wrong. I can see how us liberal elites alienate them. I can see how us who we like japping, who we like spending time like we're doing now, talking about theory, do not understand and respect a population that wake up before all of us and go to bed after all of us working. And that's in our party. That is an alienation that we have to do. And I think I will never justify them. As I say before, I think the Latino community owns a deep apology to the Black community. I imagine a lot of bridges have been burned. I don't know how we're going to come back from this, but it is something to say about our own culture alienate them then.
Okay. All right, Marielle, thank you for coming up. I'm going to let Marielle go. And then the equal, anything else you want to say, bro?
Marielle, I really, really, really enjoyed everything that you uttered. And I'm going to drop two, Smitty, but I just like to say, I kind of feel like the only thing that I can kind of relate this moment to is kind of Noah's Ark. It's like, I feel like, I hear this sentiment expressed a lot over the past several days that, okay, like you're on your own now. We've told you, we've warned you, we've done the work. We've laid the foundation, and you still haven't come inside where we told you where it's safe. And now it's starting to rain, and you know what I'm saying? But it's too late. And so I just kind of I understand that sentiment. Of course, I'm out here doing the work to try to unify us as a humanity and to bring, so that we can begin to see the value in each other and heal. And again, there's a lot of healing that needs to happen. But man, I feel like there's so much damage that has been done. There's been so much pain and re-traumatizing that has happened, especially, again, with this election once again. And I understand the feelings, that people are feeling. And I think we should, just let people feel what they feel. And again, I don't know where all of this is gonna go, but man, I'm hoping we survive this, because this is going. A storm is here, you guys, and yeah, if there is a time that we need to come together, it's effing now. But again, a lot of people are not feeling it, and I understand it. But Smitty, thank you for your platform, bro, and just for being you. And yeah, we celebrate you. We need you, and I deeply appreciate you, man.
Absolutely. Likewise, fam. Take
All right, man.
DM me, bro. Maybe we'll meet up some point. I mean, I'm planning a SoCal meetup here pretty soon. So
Yeah,
absolutely.
please hit me up. Please hit me up.
Yeah, absolutely, fam.
Same,
Take care, bro.
Same, Smitty. Thank you so much for having me out.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely,
going to go ahead
man.
and drop off too. If anything, I would just say, for anyone else kind of questioning about the polls, like I said, it just doesn't seem fair that 40% of this poll taken did not include Latinos in those 4 states, and they only polled 10 states. So to exclude those 4 states, it doesn't weigh out. I'm not saying that Latinos shouldn't get the heat that they're getting, but at the same time, it's like I don't know if it's as great as what we're seeing, because whenever we see 46% of Latinos voting for Trump, that is a very jarring number. But when you see that only 10 states were polled and 4 states weren't included for Latinos, there wasn't enough data. That makes me pause of what are the real numbers and what is being put into the media to turn like the blame game whenever it should be something else, and we all know what that something else is. Anyway, thank you so much, Smitty. Everyone, y'all have a good one.
All right, Manny. Thank you for coming up, brother. Appreciate you, man. All right, now we're going to go to the new panelists. So we're going to start with Alina. We're going to go to Lovely, Janelle, Christian, and then Ernie. So we'll just go straight up the panel. And again, if you're a woman or a Latina that voted for Trump, please let me know in the request, and I'll pull you up because again, right, I may highly disagree with your vote, but I want to hear from you. I want to hear why. Okay, let's go to Alina. Alina, your thoughts, fam?
Hi. Okay. So to touch on the polls, I'm guessing based on the states that were listed that they chose to focus on swing states. So that's what I'm guessing why those other like solidly blue states weren't polled. But we had this conversation last week, and remember I said that the Latinos are very racist, straight up. My community especially. Any Latino that can assimilate to whiteness, for the most part, tries to. Like Marieli said, I hate that I'm agreeing with the Zionist, but she was right on that. But yeah, and honestly, I was wrong. I was wrong about my own community here in South Florida, because I had been so on the ground and hearing, how much support the younger Cubans here were having for Kamala. My county turned red for the first time since Reagan. And for those of you that were saying that, oh, it's nothing to do with the fact that she's a woman or she's Black, we voted for Obama twice in Florida, and then we didn't vote for Hillary. And ever since then, it's been, so, I mean, we can't deny the machismo culture in the Latino communities. We just can't. We can't deny it. And it appears that the more they can assimilate to whiteness, they're not going back. They don't want to go back.
All right. Thank you, Alina. Thank you, fam. Hey, Mary, I saw your comment. I'm responding to you. Please come up. We'd love to hear your perspective. Again, my panel is about disagreement. We just make sure that we're not disagreeable when we disagree. So we'd love to hear your perspective. If you feel like panelist is incorrect in how they're analyzing this, again, let's just keep it. We keep it respectful. Again, we'd love to hear your perspective. Let me go to Lovely. Lovely, fam, how are you doing this morning? Your thoughts on why so many women and the Latino Hispanic voters voted for Trump?
Well, I am doing wonderful. Hope you're doing wonderful today, Smitty. I'm going to speak to this because I feel like they are missing the whole picture. They're so focused on race until they can't see what's going on in the background. Most women, I'm going to say for me, I voted for Trump. I voted off of policies. I voted off of what my pocketbook looked like, what was happening in my community. Those were the things my vote was based off of. My vote was not based off of because she's my skin color. It was not based off of that. Just because you're a black woman and you run for president don't mean I'm supposed to vote for you. My color do not give me allegiance to you. Hillary Clinton went to run for president. They didn't vote for her. So I don't have a problem with the race part because Hillary didn't win. She's a white tea woman, white tea husband, successful president. She didn't win. So Kamala Harris didn't win. That didn't matter to me. That don't matter. My main thing women were voting off of, when you go to the grocery store, can you afford your food? When I get ready to pay my light bill and everything else, does my paycheck look right? Is there services in my community that I can access if I need help if the government is shipping all the money to another country and we can't get no help? That was what my vote was based off of. And my second part of my vote was when I went to the Democratic Party and I say, this is my concern. This is my concern. Oh, she's black. Just vote for her. Nothing else. Nothing else. I remember I come on your panel, Smitty, and they shamed me so bad, ridiculed me, called me a bigot. And I told you, Smitty, there were many people like me. There was a lot of us. That we couldn't say we were voting for Trump, but we kept it in the background because you know what? They shamed us, called us all kind of names, and oh, you're not black enough. Baby, those were the stomping grounds. I said, I'll make sure I vote for him. And it's a lot of people like me that felt that way. Right now, we're not looking at color. Color was just a minuscule. She was a woman, that's a minuscule. We looking back the economy. Can we afford to live? This economy is not even feasible for anybody. And just because you're black, you've been in that office 3.5 years, almost 4 years. All the things you said you should have made change on, why you didn't implement it?
Let me ask you a question, Lovely. I'm gonna ask you a two-part question. One is, why do you think Trump is better, would be better than Kamala on the economy? A lot of people in the economic sphere are saying that his tariffs are going to cause more inflation. That's my first question, or first part of the question. And second is, what about reproductive rights? Why do you think that did not play a big enough role for some people in the election?
Okay.
Go ahead, and we'll go to Janelle next.
Okay, far as the tariffs have not took effect yet. The reason why Trump voted for Trump, he's not even in office yet. And everything is getting in order. Wars are stopping. Everybody's looking at America differently. Then also abortion rights. Listen, let me tell you something. I deal with the Hispanic community day in and day out. These people are Catholic. They have morals. And it felt like that was a whole campaign, abortion rights. The whole campaign. I do not feel comfortable just making my vote off of abortion rights. I don't believe in harming unborn children. I believe it's your choice, but not to the point where I'm participating in almost full-term abortions. I'm not for that, Smitty. I have morals. I have a life to live, but listen, I'm not going to throw my life and my morals out the door just to satisfy you, because I feel there's contraceptive.
But real quick on the AB issue, I think we got to call it AB. I don't know if we can say the full name. Every time I hear something different on this, but I don't listen. I'm just going to say, for me, I know a lot of Democrats. I don't know anybody that's for a full term AB. I've never met anybody.
That's just called birth. That's literally just called birth. They induce labor, and that's it. No one is extracting 9-month-old fetuses and tearing them apart. It's literally just called birth.
What I'm saying is this: I'm not for that. I don't want my vote based around that. My main thing with Kamala Harris, she did not give no policies. Every time you asked her a question, how she's going to help assist with the economy, it's always some type of story, never a direct answer. So that was what mine is based off. And what I'm going to say to everybody in this live, listen, if you think you're going to shame people and embarrass people or shame white tea women or Hispanic men, baby, you will lose. You will lose.
I'm sorry, fam. Let me just jump in real quick. So you feel that the Democrats ran kind of a shaming campaign? Is that what you're saying? Hey, if you don't vote for
Smitty, I be on your live and I listen to them. I mean, they disrespectful to those people. Baby, if they didn't want to vote Republican, they forced them into it.
Okay.
They forced them there.
Okay. All right. Let me jump up to Janelle and Christian, and then we'll go to Ernie and then Strawberry. Janelle, welcome. What are your thoughts on the question? Why did Trump get so many women and Latin Hispanic voters to vote for him this election? What are your thoughts on that?
So first of all, I'm Latina native. I'm from New Mexico.
Fantastic.
Here. But many of my family members did vote for Trump. I didn't, and I never will. But one of the things that I think about often is just how religious my family is. Many of them don't have a lot of money, don't have generational wealth, aren't very educated as far as college education goes. And so many of them don't really understand. They go to these very conservative churches with white preachers who tell them, you need to vote this way. The Bible says this way. If you don't, you're going to hell. And making them just talk about guilt, what the last lady was talking about. There's a lot of guilt that is put on our people, and making them feel ashamed if they do think differently, or making them believe that Trump was this Christian man, that he's here to save all of us. So that's really frustrating, and it's really hard to have conversations with them. I also think the capacity just isn't there of systemic racism and oppression. Paulo Freire talks so much about this, and we need to be reading his books about, the oppressed become oppressors. So they have this sense of, they can be white passing for some, and some of them speak very good English, and some of them feel like I was born here, I'm better than you. And so they oppress our own communities, which is so detrimental and heartbreaking to me. But I also have my master's degree in social justice and education. So I'm always trying to advocate with love and trying to explain and trying to really help them to understand our history, what our natives have gone through, resilience. But
let me jump in real quick. I'm sorry, Janelle. Let me just ask you a quick question.
Sure.
And I'm gonna ask you this question as a Latina. I've heard this more recently, that there are a surprising number of folks in the Latino Hispanic community that are actually not as pro-immigration as folks might think. Do you think that that's true, that there are a few people in the Latino community that are like, hey, you know what? Our immigration needs to be tighter. There needs to be less people coming in. What do you think about that? And then I want to go to Christian.
Oh, yes, very much so. And it's really surprising to hear. But even some of my family members say, oh, I'm fine with immigrants, but they need to do it the right way. So then I ask them, well, what do you know what the right way is? And they don't understand it. You have to have land, you have to have money, you have to have all these things in place. And many people trying to flee other countries are in poverty, and they want a better life, a better education for their children, and they don't have those things. So they have to come illegally. They have no other way because of the immigration laws. And so I definitely think that they have this sense of, or they have been here and they became citizens, they think, well, I did it, they should do it too. Many of them got amnesty when George W. Bush was in presidency, and they don't even realize they were here illegally. They just received amnesty. So then they go, and now they're putting others down and saying they need to do it the right way, which is really hard for us to understand. But definitely, that's the sad part. It's really the whole, I just think it's oppression, and you want to be at the party of power. You want to feel like, hey, I'm like you, I voted like you, I'm with you, I agree with you. But at the end of the day, you can never change your last name. You can't change your heritage or who you are. And so none of it will really matter to white people or to Trump, and he doesn't care about us. And they're going to learn the hard way, unfortunately.
All right. Thank you, Janelle. I followed you back, by the way. I want to do another panel on Latina voters specifically. I'm probably going to do that next week, so I'll reach out to you. See if we can link up.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go to Christian. Christian, how you doing, brother? How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. What are your thoughts on this?
Hey, what's up, Smee? Thanks for having me. Man, I got a lot to say, but I'm going to cut it short.
Okay.
So basically, I'm first gen Mexican American. My parents came here 30 years ago. The first thing I want to address is the whole misogyny thing. I think is ridiculous because it's pretty clear that most Hispanics in this country, and I'm not I don't know the exact stats, but I'm pretty sure most of them are Mexican. We just elected our first woman president ever. That just happened. So you can't say Hispanics are misogynists when we just elected a woman president ourselves.
Okay.
On top of that, with the whole immigration thing, my parents did it the right way. I mean, my dad still doesn't have legal status. He's on the green card right now. But my mom, she has legal status. It is expensive. It does cost a lot of money, and it takes a long time. So for my parents to go through that and then seeing 20 million people just come in for free, basically, and then giving government assistance is something we never got. I mean, even my parents voted for Trump. So that alone right there is also something that plays into effect when people that came into this country the right way, they see that and they're like, well, I want my money back. Or what about all that time that so sometimes it takes 10 to 15 years to do that.
You mean to?
But
I see what you're saying.
To get to become a citizen.
Go ahead. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So I mean, I live in Georgia. I'm probably 10 minutes from Atlanta, so it's a pretty democratic city on that side. I know a lot of people I grew up with. We're just struggling right now, man. It's hard. Groceries are expensive. Car notes are high. Car insurance is high. Houses went up 150 to almost $200,000 more. It's expensive, man. I've had to change careers two, 3 times just to keep up with the economy.
I got you. Okay. So the economy plus, because some clarification from your standpoint on immigration. I got you. Okay. Let me go to Ernie. And welcome back, Ernie. Ernie, your thoughts on why Donald Trump has so many women and Latin Hispanic voters, and I know you probably want to rebut some of what Christian said, so I'll let you.
I mean, what Christian said is the reason why a lot of Hispanic voters voted for Trump, and it's the most idiotic thing that I've ever heard in my life. Because my parents came, my parents came in illegally and or undocumented, and I'm gonna admit that. But it took my parents 25 years to get here, right? But what people in this country like him, the first generation Mexicans that are here and they have status, is what they forgot is the struggle that his parents and my parents had to go through, right? The 1960s, the 1970s, the 1980s, the 1990s, the 2000s. I mean, Smitty, you were around when Prop 209 happened in California. That's the same thing that they're trying to do right now. What do you think Trump is trying to do right now with this supercharged, denaturalization act? So his parents are naturalized, right? Who do you think Stephen Miller and Trump are trying to get rid of? Exactly his parents, because they're naturalized. They're trying to denaturalize them. And these people don't understand that they're looking for them. They're looking at them. They're not looking at the undocumented immigrants that are coming into this country. They're looking at people like me. No, it's not false. Look it up. In the 1920s,
he's actually
Christian, listen, I didn't interrupt you, Christian. I didn't interrupt you, Christian.
Let me let Ernie finish his thought. Go ahead, Ernie.
In the 1920s and the 1930s, Christian, the California deported 400,000 Mexican Americans, people that lived here under that act. People that were citizens of this country got deported back to Mexico because of the color of their skin. The Denaturalization Act.
Operation Wetback. If someone wants to look it up.
Exactly. And that's going to happen again because they don't care if, like me, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm a Mexican American and I serve my country. I'm a United States Marine Corps vet. You know what happened the day after Donald Trump got voted in? I walked out of a Veteran Services Center, Smitty, and you know what the first thing a white man said to me while I was walking to my car? Go back to your home country. Think about it. In the large scale, I'm coming out of a Veteran Services Center because I served my country and I needed to make sure some paperwork was ready for me for my VA benefits. And this jackass comes out and says, go back to your home country. A country that I put my life on the line. I served, I signed that paper, and they still disrespect me. So what do you think they're going to do to people that are naturalized, the undocumented? I live in an area where the undocumented immigrants are vital to the Central Valley of California. Agriculture is king in this country, right? So if you have grapes on your table, peaches, plums, nectarines, oranges, you name it, whatever you put on your table, that's what I was picking when I was a kid. That's what I've been picking as in the last couple of weeks because I got laid off on my job. I sacrificed myself and said, hey, you know what? I'm gonna go out back to the fields with my dad. I'm gonna make some money while I find another job. And you know what this old man told me? Christian, he goes, you know what? We have lost our ways as Mexicans because Mexicans from Mexico hate Mexicans from the United States. Mexicans from the United States hate Mexicans from Mexico. That's the biggest key is that we don't. Yeah,
I just don't want to let you go too long before I let Christian jump back in. To be fair, So go ahead, Christian, if you want to respond, and then I want to go to Strawberry, and then let me make another announcement real quick. We got 2 slots open. Again, I want to prioritize Latino Hispanic voters or women that voted for Trump. So if you're in the request, because there's quite a few that I don't know your politics, just let me know. Hey, I'm a woman for Trump, or I voted for Trump, or whatever it is. I'll get you up in the last 2 slots. Okay. So I'm not ignoring you. I just don't know. I'm trying to make sure we keep a balanced panel. Go ahead, Christian, and then we'll go to Strawberry.
I mean, everybody has their own opinion. To me, it sounds like his opinion is coming from personal experiences. People experience racism. It's sad to say, but there is still racism in this country. Doesn't mean that the way you vote makes you racist. And I think that's the rhetoric that's been pushed on a lot is if you vote this way, you hate black people, you hate Hispanics, you hate your own kind. That's simply not true. You look at how life was during Donald Trump's presidency, and then you look at how life is now.
You can
It's
thank
worse.
Obama for that. You can thank Obama for that.
You can thank Obama. Obama deported more immigrants than anybody.
No, the economy that Trump had
So,
was because of Obama.
We can thank Obama for that too. We can thank Obama for a lot of things, but the fact is how the economy is now. These people have been in office for almost 4 years now, and nothing's changed. And now they're saying they're going to change something.
So
Why now and not then?
Real quick.
I'm going to review. Let me review Christian real quick.
Hold on.
I just want to say something to Christian real quick because.
And then we'll go to Strawberry. Go ahead. 20 seconds.
Okay, Christian, you know why the economy is the way it is right now? Because of the Trump tax cuts. In 2019, he did give the billionaires all these tax cuts, right? And every 2 years, the taxes increase. From 2023, 2025, 2027 is the last time that it's going to increase. Not because of Biden, it's because Trump he gave his buddies tax cuts, and we're now paying for it. That's why we're
See the
paying
people that
more.
endorse the Democratic Party, they're rich too. So why aren't we talking about that?
I said billionaires. I didn't say us middle class people. I said billionaires got tax cuts, bro.
Billionaires endorse the Democratic Party, so I don't understand what you're saying. That's how they get their money.
Real quick. Thank you for that. Again, I want to respect Strawberry's time. She's been waiting for a while, and then we'll go to moving through it. Strawberry, your thoughts on why Trump was able to get so many women and Latino Hispanic voters?
Okay. So just to start, I did vote blue. I voted blue, the years before, all that kind of stuff. Everybody keeps talking about economy. Everybody keeps saying, oh, my wallet, my wallet. Do not forget that whoever is the sitting president, it does not magically change. Things don't magically change whenever they sit in office and, taxes and prices and things like that. That's not how it works. You inherit something. As she was saying below me, Obama's economy, that's what we were living under. Trump inherited Obama's economy. We are still living under Trump's tax plan until 2025. Now, moving forward from that, he has said that on day one, mass deportation. He has also said he will remove birthright citizenship. He has also said, a travel ban on Muslims temporarily. Lots of different things. None of that is good for any of us here. If we're going to call ourselves America, if we're going to be the melting pot, and we're going to be the shining example of all of us coexisting and living together, then we really need to start acting like it. And on the subject of AB, for me specifically, when I was in college, I did not know that I was pregnant at the time. I thought it was just some kind of infection. I didn't know that I lost it until way too late. And the doctor goes, hey, this is what this was. And I'm like, that's really sad. I think children are something to be cherished. I definitely would have, kept that if I knew that I had those complications going on. And if I hadn't had an abortion right then and there, I wouldn't be here today to tell the tale. If that was me today, I would have either got sepsis and not been able to have children anymore, or have been gone. So don't tell me that it's about life and, oh, we're protecting life. No, it's not about that. Because if you cared, we'd cared about all those women that bled out in parking lots. But nobody cares, right? They have children, they have husbands, and they have families that cared about them. But we don't care. But we want to remove, free school lunches, which, yes, he's going to do that. And yes, he's going to take down the Department of Education and a ton of other different things that would help our children in the future. None of that helps. None of that helps life.
Okay. Thank you, Strawberry, for that. We're going to go to moving through it, and then I'll add the last panelist. I just want to see kind of where moving through it is going to land on her answer, and then I'll fill that last spot, and then we'll go, and then I'll tee up the next question for the panel. Moving through it. Hope you're doing well. What are your thoughts?
Hi, Smitty. Thank you so much for allowing me on your panel.
Absolutely.
I'm so glad that these conversations are happening because I think they're important. I just want to say that I'm going to pull you all back and take a very bird's eye view of this campaign. The Democrats bet everything on making this campaign about feelings and emotion and to hate Donald Trump. They did not focus on issues. They focused on your emotions. They focused on your emotions about abortion. They wanted to fearmonger everyone against Donald Trump, where Donald Trump's campaign focused on issues for the everyday American. Whenever Kamala was in an interview, whenever she was asked about the economy, about immigration, about the American people, she made it about Donald Trump. When all the commentator on the news, on Western media, talked about issues, all they did was talk about Donald Trump. They are the ones who put Donald Trump in office. And unfortunately, all those people who were voting for her were voting their base on emotion. And you have to step back and look at her issues. Donald Trump is not going to take away your rights. He's not going to take away abortion rights. You are not doomed for the next 4 years. You are the most privileged people on the planet. Americans are the most privileged people on the planet. And you base your politics on identity politics. And it's a real shame. Trump is going to turn this around. And they all were so afraid because he's going to go behind the curtain and he's going to expose with Elon Musk and with Kennedy all of the bullshit and all of the corruption that is happening behind the blue curtain. And I know you guys are upset, and I know the blues. I know you're upset because you believed in Kamala, but it was fake.
Real quick, fam. It's Kamala.
Fake Kamala. It was very fake news. And I am so proud of the American people who opened their eyes and they woke up. Because remember when Kamala said she wants everybody to stay woke? Hang on.
No. I'm just interrupting you. Her name is Kamala.
Kamala. I apologize. Kamala.
You said
for all those people, when she said everybody needs to stay woke, it means everybody needs to stay asleep so they can continue. I know I sound like a freak, but guys, you have to really look at what happened on the campaign. And they betted on your emotional status to hate Donald Trump.
Okay, let me
do your research. Thank you very much, Smitty.
All right.
I really hope that people start to really see what's going on.
All right. Thank you for coming up, moving through it. I'm gonna let moving through it go. Thank you for coming up. We're gonna go to Chicano. Chicano, your opening thought, and then I thought Strawberry made a very powerful point about AB and AB rights and reproductive rights. But again, just overall, Chicano Chronicles, if you could talk to how did Trump get so many women and Latina, Hispanic voters? What are your thoughts?
Hey, Smitty, thank you for having me on. But this is part of the problem, brothers. We're not giving Latinos a voice. We're hearing from white people, we're hearing from black people, but a lot of these lives, the mainstream media especially, doesn't allow Latinos. And I say Latino loosely because let me educate you guys. Latino's a language. It's not a people. It's not a place. They're telling us to call ourselves like they try to tell you guys what to call yourself with the N-word and all those derogative names, right? Well, this is why everybody's calling us Latinos, is because they don't want to give Chicanos a voice. I'm a Chicano. I come from a place called Mexica when we used to rule this land before the Spaniards got here and used biological warfare to decimate our culture. So we're not Latinos, and we didn't vote for Trump. And understand what you're witnessing right now is propaganda to the third degree. What nobody's telling you is this is the second time Trump won an election. The first time we were completely electronic. So if you guys think that white America is going to all of a sudden turn good and they're going to wear their white hats and they're not going to propagate you to think that we're living fair elections and we're living, they let the Republicans scream. They stole the election. And when the Republicans steal the election, what do the Democrats do? You don't hear nothing because it's a capitulation of white supremacy and the Democrats are part of it. So I'm here to tell you, and I'm here to wake you up to the reality of what's happening. Latinos didn't vote him in. White women didn't vote him in. Russians voted him in. Propaganda voted him in. And if you think that this election was fair and those numbers played out, we're going to start hearing, and it might not be now, but you're going to hear in history how we were played, how minorities, how America, and how strong propaganda is in America today. It is strong. And so if you're going to sit here and believe what mainstream America is telling you, that Latinos voted against themselves, that we voted to allow Donald Trump to deport us, you got to be out of your damn mind. So wake up, people. Wake up.
Sir, respectfully, I live amongst these people. They wear their Trump hats, their Trump flags. I'm a Latina in a very, very Latino area. I'm surrounded by them, and I'm not the only one that's spoken on the panel.
You just didn't hear what I said. Latina's a voice. Now tell me it's not. Tell me that the Latin language wasn't created in 680.
You're not going to tell me how to identify.
Oh, well, and again, your ignorance showing that you're going to call yourself a language.
I'm not Chicano. I'm not going to call myself Chicano.
Huh? You're not going to call yourself Chicana?
Because I'm not Chicano. I'm Latino.
Oh, but you're a language?
So real quick, fam.
Let her answer. Let her show her ignorance.
I got you. I
so
got
you're
you.
a language?
I got you, but I let her respond, and then I do kind of want to, because again, I don't have any as a moderator very much knowledge.
And this is I got to teach my people. I got to teach my people what they're calling themselves.
I'm not your people. I don't want to be any part of your people.
And did you vote for Trump, Latina?
No, I did not.
So that why are you? If you don't want to be part of my people, if you voted Democrat, that's my people. We vote Democrat.
No.
So where did you come from? What Latina country did you come from?
Okay.
I'm Cuban.
You're now you're Latina. Cubans are very right wing. So if you believe that this
literally
person,
what I said. That's literally what I said.
So they're violating you right now because I'm trying to tell her that Latina is a language.
Real quick, Chicano, you got a violation. Somebody reported you. So real quick, you guys, and I didn't make this announcement before. I haven't made it in a while. Please, if you're feeling like, hey, you know what?
The Latino reported me, so I got to go.
Let me drop you because I don't want you to get.
You got it, bro.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So please let me know. Please put misinformation in the chat or let a moderator know because it does flag the entire live as well. Okay, it flags the entire live, and I think we've done a pretty good job in holding the debate. I know it's people that will come up and say things you don't agree with, say things that you will find uncomfortable. I get it, totally get it, but just keep that in mind, please. That we ask for. Let me go to Latinos Creando, and then I'm gonna get a couple more people up, right, on both sides of the aisle on this. Latinos, how are you, fam?
Hi, how are you?
Good. What are your thoughts? Why do you think so many women and Latina, Hispanic voters voted for Trump this cycle?
Okay, let me start by saying I have a whole bunch of reasons why. I don't know if I even have time, but let me start by saying that the Latino community as a group voting against their interest is really a slap in the face to the Black community or to Black America. It really is. And at the same time, we have to realize the damage that we have caused as a group, not only to the Black community, but to our own community. And we can go, step by step as why all the reasons why Latinos and Latinas voted for Trump. Latinos are diverse, right? Just like the population in the U.S., there are white, there's Black, there's indigenous people within the Latino community. Mm-hmm. And then you have Black and indigenous who think they can fit in within the white population. And that happens because of colonization. And Smitty, you probably know a lot about that. We have colonized minds in our community still. Another issue is the Latino community is Catholic for the most part. And Catholicism was a weapon of colonization. Latinos have a very conservative mindset when it comes to that, to AB, like we call it. And because of that, because of those Catholic religious views, and with that comes also anti-LGBTQ mindset or sentiment. Mm-hmm. Definitely, the Latino community don't support AB and don't support LGBTQ rights. I'm not going to say everyone, but for the most part. Also, because of colonization, there is this division and friction among nationalities within the community. So we are not a cohesive group. Each group tends to pull the rope to their own side. Each group has their own views, even their own, within the nationality, each nationality, they have their own views. 3 of the largest groups are, for example, Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, Cubans. Mexicans tend to care a little bit more about the border. Speaking about Cubans, they don't, because they don't have to go through the same things that other groups go through. Mm-hmm. Puerto Ricans.
I got you, fam. Let me. I'm gonna come back to you. I just want to get Anna. Anna, I had to mute you just because you have some background. I'm gonna send you a request to turn your microphone.
Smitty, I got a job to have lunch. But if you're still on here in a little while, I'll jump back in. But thank you so much for holding this space. And I'd love to be a part of any future panel you have on that.
Absolutely, fam. I'm a DM you. All right. All right. Let me let Anna weigh in. Anna, what are your thoughts? Why do you believe so many women and Latina, Hispanic voters voted for Donald Trump in this election?
All right. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Absolutely.
And hello, everybody that is in this live. So I'm going to share my own experience. I have always voted blue. Always. I voted for Obama. I voted for Hillary. That's when I was a citizen, those were my opportunities to vote in this country as a citizen. I am from Dominican Republic, but in the Biden government, I realized that a lot of things were not making sense, So the main issue was how come these people are letting in 8.5 million people come like that? Why they're being so lax in the border policy? Because I come from Dominican Republic and we are a tiny island. So we also have the same problem with our neighbors from Haiti. They come to our countries and they take our resources. So no country is prepared financially to support 8 million people that are coming here poor because they don't come with money. So you have to give them housing, you have to give them food, you have to give them clothing. So like the previous my ancestors that immigrated here, my dad that immigrated here without no money, he never went to the government and asked for handouts. Never. He paved his own way by taking up 3 jobs, 4 jobs, whatever was the case. But us, and we have to wait for a process. Like, I have to go through a process to be a citizen. Any member of my family also. So there is a process in place. So we as Latino, we didn't like the fact that these people are jumping the line. Because when you go to Six Flags, when you go to Disney Park, you have to wait in the line. And if somebody jump out of the line in front of you, what are you going to do? You're not going to let it slide, right?
So I hear what you're saying, but I guess what I would say about immigration overall, one, and you know this, and by the way, Anna, if you don't mind, what state are you in? Florida, or what state are you?
I'm in New Jersey.
Okay. I just like to know where people are coming in from the first time they come in. One, immigration policy is different by country, right?
Right.
And so, when people say, hey, you got to do it the right way, but the right way depends on what country you're talking about. I guess that's number one. And number two is when we look at undocumented immigrants, the biggest source of undocumented immigrants are people overstaying their visas. And those are typically Europeans who flew into the country. And so I guess my question for you, Anna, is why are they not focused on? Why do we never talk about them? Why is it always we're focusing on these other groups that are coming here really more so for opportunity's sake and from a desperation standpoint? Why do you feel like we focus on those groups as opposed to the groups that are overstaying their visas?
Because they always they don't want to empower us. They don't want to empower the ones that are doing the right thing. They want to always victimize. They always want to victimize like a certain group of in this case, I would say the migrant. I don't use the other word because I don't see it that way.
Thank you.
But they always want to victimize, and that's like a way to bring awareness to something, but you're doing it in the wrong way because everybody that has gone through that process know the real story behind it of immigration. And like they were giving so much money, like $350 to spend in New York, and all these shelters. So if the American people is not doing well, especially people that fought in wars, so much people that are homeless, and our youth has so many mental health issues. Why would you give these groups so much, like so many free handouts? Like that's not the right thing to do. And not even Dubai, then it's a country that has like a lot of oil and a lot of gold, will never allow that to happen. 8 million, 0.5 people coming illegally.
So let me jump in.
Can I say something, Smitty?
Yeah, Ernie, I'm gonna go to you next. Let me just say, if you're in the request and you are Hispanic, Latino, or a woman who voted for Donald Trump of any race, ethnicity, nationality, let me know. I want to come back to Anna here in a second, but let me let Ernie jump in, and then I want to let Kix jump in. And then let me get the last panelist up. Go ahead.
Like you said, Smitty, 80% of undocumented immigrants in this country are from travel visas expired, right? Expired travel visas, school visas, work visas. But nobody attends to that immigration policy because why? Because they're YT related, right? They're from Europe, like you said. They're coming here and they're overstaying their visas, but yet they get to stay here. The one thing I'm going to tell Anna about is that the undocumented immigrants in this country, there are not a strain in this country. And I'm going to tell you why. $80 billion a year is getting pumped into the Social Security system from these undocumented immigrants working here, and yet they're never, ever going to collect that money. So every year, the American people are benefiting from $80 billion of Social Security being pumped into the system. Also, throughout the country, undocumented immigrants, and you can look it up in the labor statistics, $465 billion a year are being paid into taxes. And you know what? They can't file tax returns, right? So they're never ever going to see that money. So at the end of the day, the government will never stop undocumented immigrants from coming into this country because they are vital to making this country run. You know what I mean? They still have to go to the store and buy groceries for their kids. They still have to go to the shopping malls and buy clothes for their kids. They still have to go and pump gas at the gas stations to get to get to their work sites. Nobody ever talks about that. They still are pumping money into the system, whether they're working or not. They're working, and they're not getting any freaking free money. Trust me, I work in the biggest area where undocumented immigrants live. They do not get government assistance. That fallacy has got to stop, Smitty, because that is the biggest fallacy that's out there, and people run with it, and they don't. You know who helps these undocumented immigrants? It's the Salvation Army. It's these nonprofit groups, the Catholic charities. They're the ones that are helping these people, not the government. These people are going to these food banks like the Catholic charities here in my town, and that's where they get their food. So for people to say that undocumented immigrants are a strain in this country, no. If it wasn't for the undocumented immigrants, would you have food on your table? Would you have vegetables on your table? Because you know what, damn well, Smitty, I told you one time I worked in the strawberry fields. You know how hard that is to be bending down on your back, 10 hours a day. And these old men were running laps around me. Mind you, I was a young 20-year-old doing this, right? And these older men were just running laps around me, laying raisins, and they were schooling me. And like I said, last week I was working with my dad out in the fields, and I talked to an old man because I wanted to get his point of view, right, about this Mexican policies and why people would vote for Trump. And he's like, it's a simulation. Everybody's right on that. These Mexican Americans here think they have assimilated to this country. But if you look on TikTok, if you look up Angel Rodriguez, you see now what the repercussions are of these Hispanic Americans voting for Trump. Because Angel Rodriguez is out here on TikTok crying that his white neighbor told his Cuban American kids that he can't play with them white kids anymore.
Yeah, let me jump in real quick, just to be fair. Thank you, Ernie, for the retort. Real quick, a couple quick announcements. Anna, I'll let you have 30 seconds. Let me just make an announcement real quick. Please continue to tap the screen. We have 42,000 likes. The benefit of that is that this live gets out to a wider audience. And I think that we've had, for the most part, respectful dialogue. We've had good learning. We've had folks from completely different sides of the aisles be able to talk to each other and learn from each other, hopefully, because we clearly need to learn from each other, right? So please continue to do that. Tap the screen. If you'd like to gift the panelists, that also helps with the algorithm as well. I would appreciate that. Don't worry about gifting me. I'm good, right? So feel free to do that as well. Let me let Anna 30 seconds, and I want to go to Kix and then Alex.
Yeah, I understand what he said, that immigrants do hard work and all of that. But again, no country is prepared to receive that much influx. Maybe like 1 million is okay, but not 8.5 million, because what happened to our economy? Our prices are so high. And mind you, after a COVID pandemic, where it was not just like the U.S., the economy of the USA, it was every government around the world. But we have to deal with the consequences because so many people coming in. Also, my son was born here, and he is more, I would say, like, he's more, the way he sees, like, we see issues in different ways because he is part of the system. He grew up here. That's why a lot of other Latinos voted, especially Gen Zs. They don't have to deal with immigration process, and so they're more like part of the American culture. And we also voted because of the economy, because I believe under Trump administration, everything was better.
Okay.
Also one more thing. This election was very interesting because both of them were in the government. Kamala, and that was Kamala project when she was sworn into office to take care of the border and she didn't do a great job.
Her name is Kamala.
Kamala, yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
But she didn't do a good job. So both of them had the chance to prove themselves because they both come from experience. So you know what I mean? It's hard to like from like comparing one to another one. Like under Trump, there was not word. There was not any words. Also under Trump, there was not this nonsense of like they, then the gender, like making surgeries to
Hold on,
kids.
real quick. Anna,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
It's a lot.
that's yeah. Let's not go there. Let's not go there.
Okay.
Yeah, let's not go there. So let me go to Kicks, and let me go to Alex. Go ahead, Kicks. I know you want to come up, brother, and mention something.
Oh yeah, no. I was saying, since it's only me and you, I guess in the live, and there's like 1,000 people in here, just tag us about people that are talking reckless in the comment, so we can either look at it and either mute them or block them, depending on what they're saying. Because it's only 2 of us in here.
Yeah, exactly. I shared it out. There's gonna be some more mods that'll come in.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
If there's any again comments, yes, please let us know. All right, let me go to Alex, and then we'll go to Fab, and then we'll drop down to Strawberry. Alex, your thoughts? I know you mentioned in the comments you voted for Donald Trump. Why do you think Donald Trump was able to get so many Latino, Latina, Hispanic voters and women as well?
Yeah. Hey, hoes, how's it going? So, I think that this identity politics issue is more widespread. It's the issue really is trying to make everyone a monolith. Like the guy who just spoke, he had his Mexico in his hat and whatnot, and I respect that. That's fine. My parents are from Mexico. They came here through the legal process, which is fine. I get it, but I don't know that man. And I'm also not going to take responsibility for things he does. And I won't ask him to take responsibility for things I do. In the same way that, people speak about assimilation as if it's, oh my God, like you forgot about your people. You forgot about where you came from. Like, no, we're not a monolith. That's just not the way that this works. The American project is a new project, and it's a country. It's a melting pot, and we have a different culture that's benefited from a lot of different cultures, but it has created a melting pot of cultures, which is there's nothing wrong with that. So trying to understand how people like myself or anyone who could feel more connected to this nation opposed to their home nation where their parents came from. I don't understand how that's such a big stretch of people's imagination to try to understand that.
Well, I think, Alex, let me jump in and ask you a question, though, because I hear what you're saying about, hey, creating a unifying American culture. What do you think about, again, what Stephen Miller has said and this idea of potentially ending birthright citizenship for undocumented immigrants and who that may disproportionately target? How do you feel about that? And then I want to go up to Fab next.
I don't think that. Again, Donald Trump or the Republican Party as a whole should take responsibility for everything that everyone on that side said. Now, I've heard leftists say absolutely ridiculous things, even calling for unalivings of people like myself, or now that I've seen a lot of racism on the left talking about, oh, you're going to wait till you get deported, you're going to be first in line, I'm actually start calling the migration on you. So it's like now you scratch a liberal, you find a racist, and that's just my thought process. So trying to pretend that the left or the Democratic Party is for the Latin people more than anybody else is, it's just a fallacy. It's a joke.
Yeah, so you felt more anti-Latino sentiment on the left than on the right. Is that what?
It's both, man. It's both. So I grew up in Compton, California.
Okay.
You bro.
Oh, okay, close to me.
I get in my Camaro and I try to go to Santa Monica to see what 3rd Street Promenade is like because I've never been there. I've never been out the hood. You think I'm going to get a happy welcome because I'm in a liberal town, a liberal city? Hell no, man. This shit, it's the same thing, man. It's the same thing. But people live in a vacuum and in an echo chamber. And again, it goes back to my original thought process that we are being, tied to this group, or you being tied to a group. Everyone needs to be tied to a group because it's easier to control people that way. And now that we've seen that we are not a monolith, and the identity politics has failed on the left, they're gonna bring a new strategy in. But when you think about this on a macro level, that was a strategy that they had, and it has worked.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Alex, for that. Let's go to Fab, and then I'm gonna drop down to Strawberry. And I think we got a pretty balanced panel now. So if there is a Latino, Hispanic voter, or woman voter that voted for Harris, I'll definitely let you up now. I think we got a pretty balanced. So go ahead, Fab. Your opening thoughts, fam, and we're gonna drop down to Strawberry.
Hello, thank you for allowing me at your panel. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is my first time doing this.
Okay.
I have limited English, so please bear with me. Okay.
No problem.
And I am Colombian. I'm black. Like if you're looking at my picture right now, I'm probably the only black Latina right now in this panel. So I live in Florida, and I want to say this. I think I want to answer your question.
Okay.
So why did Trump, wait, how can I go back there and read the question?
I can read it to you if you like.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. How did Trump get so many women and Latino Hispanic voters? And by the way, se escucha muy bien tu inglés. Tu inglés se escucha muy bien. Okay, no te preocupes, okay?
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for the vote of confidence.
Absolutely.
I worked through COVID with the state of Florida, and they changed me to a different department, which was the refugee clinic. Mm-hmm. So I was in charge of setting appointments for thousands of Cubans that needed to get their citizenship. So I assume this was created because they needed to flip the state to Republican. And by the way, I voted for Kamala before anybody start adding stuff on the chat. So they needed to flip the state. So they brought a lot of, because we did papers for 6,000 Cubans that came in. So this, I'm not gonna mention my city, but I'm guessing that happens in every city in the state of Florida. Mm. So I wanna, and we can see, I will say 40% of the vote of the Latino women and that voted Republican, Latino men and Latino women that voted Republican are Cuban. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Also, misinformation, miseducation. It took a big part on it, because most people don't even know what are the legislative branches of the government. They don't vote for House, they don't vote for Senate. If they are promising that they're gonna give you help, it could be whatever, money, whatever, they're just gonna give up the vote. They're not even gonna think about it. They're gonna get the money. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So okay. I think I've been through a lot of panels, and I'm seeing so much hate against Latinos because they're blaming Latinos because Trump win. I think that we're doing exactly what the Republican Party wants us to do, is fight each other. You know, it's two, I'm going to say there's Caucasian people and there's brown people in this country. No matter what country are you from, if you're not from here, you're brown. So too, I think it's Annabelle, the Dominican lady, and the Cuban lady. I forgot her name, and I can't even look at the screen.
Oh, I think she's not here anymore. Oh, we lost her.
Yeah, I think there's colorism everywhere.
Yeah.
I see it in Dominican Republic. I see it here. I see it in Colombia. You think we got it easy in Colombia? No, it's the same thing. So, as a Black Latina, I want to exhort everybody to get together, stop the fight. Think that we're being puppets. We're being puppets of these people. They that's exactly what they want us to do. Fight each other while they change the Constitution. Okay, so do I still have time or?
Thank you, Fab, for that. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. That was great. Let me drop down to Strawberry, and then we'll go to Latinos, and then we'll try working our way back up to Linda. But let me go back to Strawberry. Strawberry, anything else you want to say? Anything else you want to add?
Yeah, this is the last thing I'll say before I drop, which I also want to say thank you so much for letting me up in the first place. I've been here since the rebirth of the Palestinian movement, and I've been watching you guys, and this is kind of an honor. But I want to say, let's not forget about Project 2025. Everybody keeps saying that, oh, that's not real. He'd never do that. He doesn't even know. He does, and he admitted that he does. His name is literally all over those documents. Do not ever forget about that. Do not forget that because you voted for Trump and you wanted to save 5 cents, 10 cents, $1 on gas, you voted against me as a Black woman. You voted against, the LGBTQ plus community. You voted against children. You voted against yourself in some ways. You voted against women. You voted against so many different people, including any of our Latin communities. You voted against America. He has said that he's going to be a dictator. He has said what he's going to going to do. This man is a felon. He had the nuclear codes in his bathroom in Mar-a-Lago. He had so many things. We've given him so many exceptions, but Kamala Harris has had none. I will never understand why we put that man into office who should be in jail, who went to jail, by the way, about 5 minutes from where I live in Fulton County, in office. He is going to be or projected to be the sitting president, and I will never understand that. But I guess, how silly of me to think a woman could rule. How silly of me. And if you think that it's not you, if you think that none of this is aimed at you, you are gravely mistaken. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Strawberry. Thank you, fam, for coming up. Appreciate the compliment. Much love to you. Thank you. All right. We're going to go back down to Latinos Creando. What are your thoughts from what you've heard? Anything else you want to share with us?
Yes, I wanted to say that I agree with Fab that within the Latino community there is so much racism and colorism. That's definitely for sure. We have that in our community, and and that with machismo or misogyny within the community, they would never vote for a Black woman. They wouldn't. That's why they turned. And another thing that I don't understand within our community, well, I kind of understand, but I just want to say this mentality of I came here, I'm settled, I'm doing well, and now I'm going to shut the door behind me. That's the mentality that a lot of Latinos have. And the reason is they think because they're fighting, they're getting money. Some communities are getting money. Yes, because that's the process. That's the policy for those people who are coming in from certain countries. Now, you think you're fighting for the same resources? You are, okay? Within the Latino community, you are fighting for the same resources. But what you don't understand is how much wealth this country has. There is so much wealth in this country, but the problem is that it's not flowing to us, it's flowing up. So they have us fighting for crumbs, basically, while other people are becoming wealthier than they already are. I mean, Elon Musk, the day after the election, became 26.9 billion rich in one day. Now his wealth his net worth is $300 billion. So the wealth is flowing up, it's not flowing to us, and we are fighting for crumbs.
Okay.
We have been fighting among us.
All right. All right. Thank you, Latinos. Thank you, Latinos. I appreciate you and appreciate your comments. I'm gonna let you go, but thank you, fam.
Thank you.
As always. As always. All right. Let me go to Anna. Anna, is there anything, for the next election that the Democrats can do to earn your vote back? Let's say it's Kamala Harris running again or a different candidate. Is there anything that you feel like they could do, or why do you think that the Democrats lost?
Well, again, I don't agree with what a lot of people say. Then there is how do you say that word again? Misgonity, misogynics.
Oh, well, misogyny? Was it
Misogyny? Yeah, there is misogyny within the Latino community. Then it's because of her skin color. Then we didn't vote for her, or it's because we are colonized. I don't agree with none of that, because I was born and raised in Dominican Republic, and I came here when I was 25. I went to a public school. I mean, to a public university in Dominican Republic, and I lived a dictatorship government, which was President Balaguer. So you got to think like this: every person that was born and raised in a
Oh, we lost you, Anna. Can y'all hear Anna?
to that again. That's why we believe in democracy, and that's why we vote. Because in my country, if you don't vote, you will get stuck with the same president forever. Like, I remember we got stuck with the same president like for 14 years or more. So, I totally disagree. Every Latin person has their own experience, because like I said, they have to live a different type of government. And sometimes you have like 3 different parties. You don't have like 2 parties like here. So I totally disagree,
So you don't feel like, and what about colorism, the experience of a Black Latina like Fab being different than the experience of a lighter skin Latina? You don't feel like that's very prevalent?
No, I don't agree with that either, because we share borders with Haiti, right? And even though they have different views, especially in religion or their food or music, anything with like culture or the way of living, their own traditions or anything, we don't interfere with that. And we like anything that has happened to Haiti, who is the first country to give them aid? Is Dominican Republic. All the Haitians women that are in the hospitals right now are being they are using our hospitals, and we don't kick them out. We let them
real quick, man. Real quick. So I've done some lives on Haiti, and I've quite a few Haitian followers. Yeah, real quick. Hold on. And the number one country where they feel that is opposing them, many of them will say the Dominican Republic, right? And I was even going to actually host. I was going to host a live. I don't know who's that talking. I was going to host a live about Haiti and the Dominican Republic. How do we come together? And my Haitian followers were like, Smitty, don't do it. They're like, it's too far of a bridge. Gone. And so I actually invited a couple here to maybe speak about it, but there seems to be a lot of tension between the two countries. I don't necessarily want to get into it on this live, but I feel like a lot of people in Haiti at least would disagree with your assessment.
They disagree, but at the end of the day, any natural disaster that comes to Haiti, the first country to always help is Dominican Republic.
Okay.
It's always been like that historically.
Okay.
Now, on your question, like how do we get back to the how do we go back to the
Yeah, like how could a
Democratic
Democrat
Party?
get your vote?
Yes, you guys have to focus more on economy, because at the end of the day, people that voted was, definitely people that are struggling financially, and anybody then, even like like immigrants or migrants, they come here for the better opportunity, and again, the economy that's the most important factor of our Latino community, the economy.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Let me go to anti-racist, Linda, Wolfman, and then Julio. So anti-racist, we're going to go straight to the panel. Anti-racist, how are you? Welcome back. What are your thoughts, man?
Hi, man. Hi. Yeah, so the question with the Latinos. First of all, I do want to say not every one of us do call ourselves Latinos. Not every one of us. I understand why people in the islands do, but here in the Americas, like, we didn't come here in ships. You know what I mean? This is our land.
Yep.
And so with the whole thing coming with this election, yeah, I do think this percentage thing was aimed to attack immigrants 100%. They used this as a fact. And the people getting the most hate is the Mexicans, the Chicanos, just because of that border issue. That border issue is going to put all that antagonizing feelings into that. And it's sad because it's true, a lot of Mexicans did vote for Trump only because of traditionalism, sexism, and assimilation. Those three key points. Selfishness is what I really call it in the end. So I see this happening with a lot of my, even some distant family members, where they adopt this American culture of you take care of yours, I take care of mine, good luck. That's not us people that hold on to our culture, that no, family sticks together no matter what. And I really hope most of my Chicano people, they decolonize from that mentality. They get together. And I know there's going to be some animosity towards family members and everything. And I'm just not talking about family members. I'm talking about all of us being targeted. And when one of us is targeted, we all have to defend that, just because of how the system's running right now, the rhetoric that's going on with the Trumpers and the comments. Like, they have the green light now to act extra aggressive. They have the green light to dress like ICE members and mess with people. And I feel like we're going to get that a lot. I kind of wish Kamala did win. But again, it really boggles my mind why we didn't get behind Dr. Cornel West. It boggles my mind that we didn't get behind someone else. And it goes back to the establishment. It goes back to she has the best chance.
Gotcha.
And that really makes me think our votes don't matter.
Okay. All right. Thank you, anti-racist. We're going to go to Linda. We're going to go to Wolfman. We're going to go to Julio. Let's continue to tap the screen. With almost 900 people, we should be able to get to 75K, get the live out, get it to a wider audience that wants to hear this very respectful discussion. Linda, what do you think? How did Trump get so many women and Latino Hispanic voters?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, great. So I'm not sure how that happened, but I just want to tell a quick story. I mean, I'm half Panamanian and half chocolate, and I say chocolate because I hate to say black or African American, but I say chocolate for my granddaughter. So anywho, the story that I would like to tell, and I'm saying this story because I want to put this in context and in layman terms. Now, my mom had 13 children, and all of us had our weaknesses and our strengths. And my mom, when she passed away, she left one of my siblings as the beneficiary and the executor of her estate. And this sibling of mine was the worst. He was not good with money. He was on drugs. He was an alcoholic. He did everything wrong. And my mom left him as the executor to make sure that all the other 12 got taken care of. Now, with a family of 13, there's already chaos. We already have our disagreements, our back and forth with each other. So when my mom did that, that just caused friction because we could not understand for the life of us why she would have done that, knowing that he was already irresponsible with money, irresponsible with his own life, and she left everything to him to disperse and do right by the other 12 siblings. And I would say to that, and because I'm using this as a metaphor as well, I would say to that why would she have done that? And the only reason why I think she did that is because she loved all her kids, don't get me wrong, but she had a soft spot for this one. And in her ignorance, by doing this, she did not realize that it was going to cause so much friction and so much hate between the siblings that were affected by this. And this is the way I feel about the situation with Trump. You guys voted for him, whoever voted for him, that's fine. You say the economy and everything, but the economy has always been a fluctuating situation. We have good economies, we have bad economies. That's fine. But when you're talking about a character of a man, you're talking about a character of someone, you're talking about someone who's a liar and a cheat, they can never do you any good. They're not for you, no matter what they tell you. And a snake is going to be a snake. He can change his skin, but he is still a snake. So if you pick that snake up and you bite the crap out of you, you have nobody to blame but yourself. And I'm just saying this as a person who knows, I don't know Trump personally, but I'm from New York, and I've had Trump in my face my whole life. And he's been this type of man for my whole life, knowing about him. And he's just not, his character is not someone that I would even vote for, no matter what the circumstances is. Like I said, we can always come back with the economy. You feel what I'm saying?
Yep, absolutely. No, absolutely. And the character piece is something I do want to talk about and pose to the folks that did vote for Donald Trump and get their thoughts on that. And we've got, again, let's finish strong. We're at 71,000 likes. We got about 20-ish minutes or so to go. Let me go. I appreciate that, Linda. I'm actually going to tee that question up for some of the other panelists. Let me go to Wolfman, and then we'll go to Julio. Julio, we had to mute you because he had some background noise, but I'll send you the unmute request. You'll be up next after Wolfman. Wolfman, your thoughts, fam? How did Trump get so many women and Latina, Hispanic voters?
Hey, Smitty. Hey, guys. So I can't really speak for Latino voters. Right up front, I am a white man. I'm a white trans queer man. And the thing with the women voters, majorly white women, is that I think that their main focus has been on the economy instead of marginalized people. But when it comes to Democrats and why Democrats seem to have kind of fumbled this one was because, speaking for my community, Harris came out back in May saying that she supports trans people, that she loves us, she cares about us. And in a recent interview right before the election, she walked back that support and told us to just follow the law. Recent interview right before the election. And so telling us to just follow the law when last year there were 600 anti-trans bills made and not a single Democrat addressed it, that to me was very facetious. It felt like a snake in the grass. And then watching how much money she was taking from AIPAC, I think this is another thing that a lot of people really don't look into. I voted Republican for the first time in the Washington state elections. I'm a lifelong Democrat. And the reason that I voted Republican was because when I looked at the two candidates for the U.S. Senate back to back, one candidate took almost $1 million from AIPAC, so they're funded by a foreign government. And the Republican man, he took money only from the community. He was funded by the community. And I'm seeing this a lot when it comes to statewide elections. The Democrats take millions from AIPAC and the Republicans are actually taking money from the community. And I think that maybe that really played into it when it came to people voting for Trump, was because when I looked up his top contributors, not a dime from AIPAC, not a dime from Kofi. not a dime from Microsoft or Amazon. But then you look at Harris and it's Amazon, Microsoft, and Israeli lobbies. Like, I think that people are feeling alienated. And I think that was the biggest issue with Democrats, is that a lot of us felt alienated. I didn't vote for Trump. I actually voted third party because we were told that it's one or the other. I couldn't bring myself to vote. I don't know if I can say the word. I couldn't bring myself to vote for G-side because I watched as Kamala sat here and gaslit the public about what was being done to Palestinians. I saw her constantly regurgitate the lies about October 7th. And it's obvious that the only people she seemed to care about were Israelis. Also, the fact that our tax dollars pay for Israelis to have free healthcare, subsidized housing, and free education. And I think that that was a really big turnoff for a lot of voters, is the fact that we want our money to be here at home, taking care of our people. And at the same time that they sent $8.7 billion to Israel to continue funding this G-side, we had a $9 billion shortfall for FEMA relief. And I think that that was the nail in the coffin for Democrats. Watching all of our money go to fund a genocide and then to turn around and be left abandoned. Also, what happened during Hurricane Milton? They abandoned prisoners during 15-foot storm surges, locked in their cells, no escape. They evacuated all of the staff and they left all of these prisoners there to be unalived. Not to mention the fact that they didn't say anything about Marcellus Williams. They didn't say anything about Khalil Allah. And these men who were innocent, that should have been exonerated, were legally and publicly lynched. And I think that the fact that Democrats said nothing about it was also a really big turnoff. So I think that the less than 100 days of running her campaign, watching the hypocrisy, the gaslighting, the G-side being committed, all of our money being sent overseas, I think was really a big deal for a lot of people. And then when they looked at Trump, and I hate to say this, but his cabinet so far, the cabinet that he is building, there's actually one member of his cabinet who's talking about weeding out every single dual citizen in our government. So everybody who's got dual citizenship with Israel, they said that it affects our government in a way where their priorities are laying with another government and another country and not us here at home.
So
he also appointed. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, no, let me just jump in because I want to touch on a couple of things you said. I guess one being, I thought in that prison that you're referencing, I thought that was in Florida, which was more so Republican controlled. And so, the Democrats wouldn't have had any, it was a Republican governor that basically, let those prisoners potentially suffer. And then I feel you on Marcellus Williams overall, but I feel like that's an issue on both sides. I feel like both sides didn't speak up or say anything and advocate for his stay of execution as well. And I feel like if anything, if we look at the arrest warrants for, Netanyahu and Gallant and so on and so forth, I feel like Republicans more so have been in support of not having those arrest warrants be executed. And Republicans have fought harder to stop that than they stopped Marcellus Williams. So I hear what you're saying, but I feel like all of that could be said also about Republicans overall, probably even more so than Democrats, who, if you look at some of the polling to be believed in regards to Israel-Palestine, almost twice as many likely Kamala Harris voters were more sympathetic with Palestinians. I can pull up the poll here in a minute. It's a YouGov poll than Israelis. So I guess I hear what you're saying. But I guess I feel like, again, everything you're saying pretty much, besides the specific campaign contributions, could be said about Republicans as well, and maybe even more so.
100%. No, I definitely agree. I think that both parties are corrupt. I feel like we're stuck in a duopoly and we're being pitted against each other, which is exactly what they wanted. Because if we're too busy fighting each other over this, then we're not paying attention to them. We're not paying attention to the fact that they are throwing crumbs at us and expect us to be happy about it. We're fighting over those crumbs while they're making off with a whole plate of cookies. And I mean, it's the whole divide and conquer thing, right? We're so busy fighting each other that we're not fighting the elites. And I think that's where we really have to understand that like these elites do not care about us, whether they be Democrat, whether they be Republican. They don't care. They only care about their bottom dollar at the end of the day. And both of them get funded by AIPAC. Both of them get funded by Kufi. Both of them are being funded by foreign governments and other corporate interests that neither of them actually care about us. And I think the thing that really woke me up to that was watching Dr. Jill Stein run for office and looking at that platform and watching this person be boots on the ground with us during these protests, fighting against the Dakota pipeline, fighting during BLM, fighting against the climate crisis, and not being afraid to have conversations with her constituents really set the bar high for what it is that I think we should be expecting from our politicians. And we should be expecting more of public servants than we expect politicians.
Okay.
And I think that that's what we should be aiming for, is to have people who actually work within our communities.
Okay. Appreciate that, Wolfman. Thank you for that. We're gonna go to Julio, then we'll go to you suck. Julio, what are your thoughts on why did Trump get so many women and Latin Hispanic voters? What do you think?
It's because people think that Trump is Republican. Trump is not Republican. He's an independent. The last person that you guys, the Democratic Party has as an independent was JFK. What happened to him? He got unalive. Trump doesn't care about your gender, your color, or anything. He cares about Americans, all of us. He cares, how can you put money in your table? How can you put food on your table? How can you take care of your family? The Democratic Party and the Republican Party hasn't changed in the years they've been together. What did the Republican Party always think about? God, guns, and freedom of speech. Democrat is always about division. That's why every time that you see a Democrat leader, all they talk about is like, oh, the white man did this, the black man did this, the Hispanic did this. Republicans don't go about that. They go about, what can we do as Americans to get together and make our country better for everybody else? Trump doesn't care about anybody else around the fucking world. He cares about us. That's it. That's why all these elitists hate him so much, because they want world domination. Trump doesn't care about world domination. He cares about us. And that's something that's what Kamala lost. What did Kamala ran onto? Abortion. That's the only thing that she ran on. Trump didn't run on that. Trump runs like, okay, what can we do to help our economy? What can we do to help our women? What can we do to help our Latino community, our black community, I don't see you as a color. I see you as an American.
So real quick, Julio. So you really do you feel that again? I don't typically interject, but I guess on this idea of Trump being the more compassionate, I guess that is surprising. And then also Trump being more, I would say, sensitive towards folks of different ethnicities. Man, that's a tough sell for me, bro. I got to tell you.
Go for it. Look, I got to tell you right now. Is Trump in the White House right now?
Well,
is Trump in the White House right now?
What's the question?
Is Trump in the White House right now?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Mm-hmm. What happened to Hamas? What did Hamas do?
So if you're talking about,
all the world. Let's talk about all the worlds around the world. What happens right now that Trump is the elect president?
So I hear you, and I hear where you're going. And saying, you know what? There's been a response of like, hey, we better back off or whatever it means. But I don't want to talk about that. What I want to talk about, right, is what you said about Trump being more compassionate and sensitive towards folks of different races and ethnicities. I don't think that the black people that had to settle that lawsuit, right, in New York City in the 70s would agree with that. I don't think the 5 would agree with that.
You can talk about the 5 in the park.
I'm just
talk about his daddy not being his daddy being racist. But guess what? If you're a racist against a white person, is your son gonna be racist against a white person?
I would hope. Well, now we're kind of getting into a little bit of a different topic.
Exactly. That's the problem. Is like people think that Trump is the kind of person is like it's gonna be like the mustache man. Okay, that's everything that we see in the damn news. We already have 4 years of Trump. Did we have any problems when Trump was president for 4 years? No, we didn't. Our economy went up. He didn't see, he even told the United Nations, I don't care about your countries. I don't care about your people. I care about my people because my people voted me president of the United States. I'm representing Americans. I'm not representing Iranians. I'm not representing British. I'm not representing anybody else but Americans.
But okay,
And everything that he did, everything that he did, I'm sorry, everything that he did, it did for us. He didn't did it for anybody else. He didn't give a fuck. Right now, the United States can get away from everybody in the world right now. Let's say right now.
Okay,
Everybody get away. This man will make sure that you and me, as American citizens, American-born citizens, gonna be better than any.
Okay, hold on, Julio. So real quick, let me just jump in. Man, I'm actually gonna hold my thought because let me see again. Let me see what you suck is gonna say.
Yeah, can I jump in real quick? Can I really? I just want to ask a question real quick. Most simple question ever.
Go ahead,
Julio. Do you know where Crimea is?
Go ahead, Julio.
Do you know where Dagestan is? Do you even know where Ukraine is? All right, he's muted. All right, it's really a privilege for a lot of people not to care about things that are happening outside of the United States. It's actually really annoying. It's really annoying. And then these people talk about compassionate, saying Trump is compassionate, and they don't even know where these places are. It's actually crazy. All right, is it my turn? Can I talk?
Go ahead. Why do you think Trump got so many?
I want to go back to the answer. I'm just to preface, I am a Gen Z. I am a second generation Latin immigrant. My parents are Colombian and Honduran. And to answer the question with women first, since it's the first thing, I think that a lot of it. I talked to one of my friends. She said she voted for Trump, and it was because her family was pressuring her a little bit, and like I would say it as indoctrinating her. But, you know, they were pressuring her into voting for it. And I tried to sway her, and I told her that the votes were anonymous and that you should really do her research. But I think it was too late anyway. And and what happened. But I feel like that's the case for a lot of younger women. I think either they get pressured by their family members or, you know, whatever race you are. She was Hispanic herself, but like if you're white, if you're black, Hispanic, it's all about one, how ignorant they are in their own beliefs and how uninformed you are yourself. Overall, even with the Hispanic vote. Because to put it bluntly, a lot of Hispanics are racist towards other Hispanics. It's more, you more like to classify Hispanics by the countries like Colombian or Dominican, Cuban, or Venezuelan. Because if you ask a Colombian what they think about a Venezuelan, it'd probably be more racist than what a white person would say.
I have a question. You suck. Do you think it's more like nationalistic, like between Colombians and Venezuelans, or do you think?
Yeah, and the same with Mexicans and any other Central American. It's very. It's a lot of deep-rooted racism. I feel like, from what I see from the outside, and from what I've like taken in from just what I've read and what I've experienced, even in my own family.
So I would call that more xenophobia. I wouldn't call that racism because.
Okay, xenophobia for sure. Yeah, that's a better word to put it.
Yes. Okay. All right.
Yeah, xenophobia.
Let me do this, y'all.
We are Latinos. We're not racist with each other.
Julio, can you answer my question though before you say anything? Do you know where Crimea is?
Yeah, I know who Crimea is.
You know who Crimea is?
Yes.
Who is Crimea?
It's a state in the Middle East.
All right, that's all I needed to know. That's really all I needed to know.
All right. Let me do this.
Oh, wait a minute. Is that one in Ukraine? Wait a minute. So we have to worry about everybody in other countries? So like, son, I'm going to ask you something. Answer me. Can you bring somebody into your house if your house is dirty? Or you're gonna ask them to fucking clean your house for you?
I would
you gonna
accept a
clean your
homeless
house
person into my house.
before-
Yes, sir.
no?
I would
Are
accept
you
a homeless
gonna
person
clean
into
your
my
house
house.
before somebody
I would,
come into
if
your
my house was dirty,
Are you gonna
it's
be
because
able
I
to
wanted it
feed
to be dirty,
somebody
and I would accept
if
the homeless man into
somebody's
my
gonna
house
feed you?
if they needed help.
No.
Hold on.
First of all,
Julio, one second,
first of
bro.
all, we need to fix ourselves
Okay,
before we
Julio,
can fix
Julio.
anybody else.
We got you. I gotta let Anna weigh in, because we only got about 10 minutes. All right. So
No, I had so much to say.
I know. I got you. I know. I couldn't get you up earlier, but I got you. I got you.
Bro, you get how like really dumb these people are. Being respectful. Like I want to be really disrespectful to some of these people, but I can't.
Let's keep it respectful. Let's keep it respectful. We've been doing a pretty good job. But,
Do me a favor, don't call me dumb, bro.
Let me drop that down to
Okay.
Anna. So Anna, what was? Because I'm gonna ask Anna.
So I haven't called you dumb.
So hold it, Leo. One second.
Again, Latinos are not racist among each other because somebody
Yeah,
that
they're
grew up
xenophobic against each other.
in Dominican Republic and somebody that was raised and somebody that was in Dominican Republic and then was born and raised and had different politics and different presidents and different even within the Latino community. The food that is made in my house is not the same where in Mexico or Honduras. So we are all so diverse and different.
Yeah, that's why I said xenophobic.
We don't have the same government. We don't celebrate the same holidays.
Well, I'm saying xenophobic.
Let's be honest,
You're not arguing my
because
point.
it's not that's not being xenophobic. It's like every Latin American country is different because
Let's be honest, Annabelle, please.
we are all living a different way of life within our own countries. El Salvador is different from
We Latinos, we're not
Mexico is different from any other country. So you guys are going all the way, like all the way around. It's like the same in each state. Like each state within the U.S. have their own food, their own tradition, their own schools. Each state brings something different. So it's the same within the Latin community.
Somebody reported the live. I don't know why they did that, man. It's a very respectful discussion.
All right.
And,
Thank you, Smitty.
and I don't know why people did that. We'll try to hold another one tomorrow. Please follow me if you don't already. If you guys want to come back for the next one tomorrow.
But
All right.
I don't agree with Julio. I don't agree with Julio.
Anna, decolonize. All right, Smitty, you have a good one, man. I really appreciate the live, man.
Democrats are more for like
Have a good one, Smitty.
You too.